Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing another mixing and stuff stream. So I guess let's get rolling with this. It was fun taking yesterday and putting out a what I'm going to call timeless an analysis of records, and Heart of the Sunrise is one that I wanted to do because I saw a React person react to that record. And I'm not sure what they were doing or where they were finding it. I think it was very likely the remaster or the remix on top of like Spotify or something. But the way they heard it, it completely dynamically inverted. And it was just super ruined, and I was not happy. They seemed to like it well enough, but it was all screwed up. So I have now put on YouTube an example of what Heart of the Sunrise is supposed to sound like. And I'm going to continue. I have close to 700 tracks of various sorts. Some of them, like the entire Beatles collection, I can't actually put up in that way. What happened when I uploaded the Yes track is that it very quickly popped up with a YouTube Content ID suggestion, and it said, would you like to split the ad revenue with the copyright holder? And I thought about that for a moment, and I was like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Because the other option was to not take any of the ad revenue, but then they were going to run ads and put all the revenue towards the copyright holder, which, I mean, cool and all, but if I did it, I could tell it not to run mid-rolls. So I did that. So we've got some interesting things to look at today. Here's one of them. And granted, this doesn't have anything to do with my mixing, but I'm still interested. I just ran across that this morning. I'm getting slightly bothered by a X bug that had been flying about my head. So much for that. This is a thing called a NanoDip, which is a tiny Arduino thing based on an ATtiny, but it sits on a dual inline pair printed circuit kind of thing. Like it's one of these. And if you have that, you can solder things to the pins and do stuff with it like, you know, old school through-hole designs. And what does it do? Well, it does some things similarly to what my radio music / chord organ modules used to do, but you can't actually get the computer for those anymore. That one used a Teensy 3. Clearly ConsoleX, period, bottom line. I am kind of going off the emulation style ones, although I may very well still be willing to do that. I mean, it depends upon how much else I've got to do. But it quickly became obvious to me, and we're going to be using ConsoleX today for mixing stuff. I have to revisit the one I was working on all Tuesday, because I feel like that I learned a lot as far as arranging stuff in Reaper, and that was valuable. But I don't think it ended up being a good song, nor was it in the beginning. This was a song where I recorded it and never even uploaded the music from it because it failed that hard. And I can probably at least get it to the point where I can export the sound from it and go from there. But I'm going to bounce over to some other things in a very different genre. I'd like to revisit some tracks from more than 10 years ago. And there's a track called Discord Welcome Home that you've heard, because I've been using it as like the heavy metal version of test music for myself. And then there's one that you haven't heard that I may or may not get to. and it's called Onto Something Good. And there are many things that could be done with that one, but that's a fandom track, even more than Discord Welcome Home. That is a achingly sincere and cringe-inducing love song between Applejack and Rainbow Dash. The ConsoleX EQs are essentially the same as will be in ConsoleX by design. I wouldn't change those, except for Parametric has 3 controls and the full ConsoleX has 4. And that's because it needs to fit into the eventual result. Like, Parametric has 3 controls because they have to fit it into Consolidated and the VCV Rack version. But yeah, what I'm looking at with that, see what that says? 1 times fast. I'm not sure what 350 kSPS means. I'm quite curious as to what that means, because it's not kilobits per second. That's going to have something to do with like sample rate, but maybe that literally just means kilo samples per second, meaning that's basically the sample rate. It has a 8-bit DAC built into it that can be run at 350K. That's what I'm doing for my chord organ modules, except for they are not as capable, I think, as the AT-Tiny 3217, which has 2K RAM and can run at what? 16 megahertz. So I think this actually beats the Teensy. I can find out. So you can't actually get these. See, it's sold out. You can't get it, and it's also more expensive. We have multiple things. Here's some from May. Somebody had 400 left. There's a module called Ornament and Crime that uses these. And I don't think radio music ever came up with an... Actually, somebody came up with a variation on radio music, but you see here is this little thing. However, this had 64K RAM, and this has how much? Looks like 2 megs RAM. That had various input things. Yeah, Greg, I know about that stuff. We're talking about synthesis, though, so we're talking about the sampling rate of an analog output. And then the Teensy is 72 megahertz, and this one's, oh, well, hello, hang on. Teensy seems to be slightly more performant, but that's not to say that this couldn't be doing stuff, because the thing that I've been doing with the Teensies is just using Arduino native signal generating code to make audio. Hey, BLD Carla. So what you do is you use a very simple form of reconstruction, and you generate your signals in square waves or sawtooth waves or whatever at a much higher sample rate without worrying too much about the bit depth of the output, because any irregularities that you've got, if you're running at a very high sample rate, then they will stop being as aliased. I don't know, I shouldn't talk about this because this is just stuff that I've spent years working on, and I made firmware for the radio music / chord organ. I think I may be the only person who ever used them, but I used them on my album, Welcome to Free Luna. And that stuff is literally the modular synthesizer here has a bunch of that still in use. If they break, however, I will not have an easy time replacing any of it. So yeah, that was very interesting, and here's a whole other thing I'm interested in getting into. Because one of the folks that was here on stream just on Tuesday made this on Tuesday. It's Rockham, who has a different name on stream on YouTube. Actually, I probably will be able to see what that name is because they visited on YouTube, so in theory.
All right.
So here's Robert Kennedy.
It's to be able to change a specific effect's specific parameter.
Hey, Robert.
By a controller determined by the color of the track.
So we're going to see now whether we can make that work. I have not tried this before. And the first thing I'm going to do is open the one that I was working on. And the first thing I think I'm going to do is find something appropriate that won't matter terribly much. So there's the hi-hat. And here's my control surface. So if I start moving, I have to select it, but I've done that. Very good. If I start moving these colored sliders here, these all start moving because it's assigned. So we'll put them back and then I will, just a moment, I feel like this is, excuse me for a moment. I feel like the position of the camera needed a little bit of aiming. I was having a hard time putting this where it is in the center of the screen. So what I'm going to do is push one of the buttons on the side. I'm getting a whole new control surface, so I don't ever have to do this because it is not a good workflow. But if I push the thing on the side, it should blink. And that means I'm now on different settings. So if I do that, in theory, I can push these and they won't manipulate those controls anymore because these are now new MIDI CC numbers coming in. So I could set it back to the first bank, but now I'm on the second bank, which means that I can start assigning MIDI CCs to this stuff. So let's go back over to Chromium. And let's follow these instructions. We need to have these things enabled. So let's see about that. Okay, in order to install this, you have to install that. Sure. ARM 64-bit Mac OS seems legit. Hi. Yeah, how about take me directly to the download? I don't know you, and I just bounced off of you from trying to do something somebody else wanted, so, you know. And I also have no idea how to do that, so. But there are some instructions right there, so we're going to see whether we can't do this. Back to Chromium. Options, Shariba resource path. Seems legit. Options. And right down at the bottom of you can't actually see it because I'm only streaming part of the screen, but there we are. And then the remaining instructions are put the downloaded file in the user plugin subdirectory. So not just straight in there, but where it says user plugins. Does it in fact say user plugins? If I scroll down, do I get to user plugins? Let's find out. Lovely. So we need to put repack ARM64 in here. And then restart Reaper. User guide, an extra step is required on macOS 10.15 Plus. Well, I'm in Monterey, so clearly yes. That was a long time ago. So they have not told me what the extra step is, but let's find out. Okay. So I got to open up System Preferences and then launch Reaper. And only then, which is kind of ominous because I don't really like that very much, but that's the only option I'm being given. So let's go quit it. Fire up System Preferences, and going to be looking at the security and privacy settings. And here is where it's going to be asking me to do something, if indeed it does. Let's find out. We'll launch Reaper again, at which point it should be trying to launch this, at which point it should be trying to pull in. Okay, we have a problem. It doesn't seem to be offering me. I was setting it up to try to, let's see if it says anything in security and privacy. I might be completely done. No, I don't care if I can't make it work. It doesn't matter if I can't make it work. Oh, there it is. I will be able to do it anyway. It is not from identified. I will allow it anyway because it's repack, and this is sort of from the open source world. A lot of those folks do not like Apple signed things. And that's a concern. Let's try that again. I am not being allowed to click on that. That's interesting. Why? Why won't it let me click on that? Why won't it let me click on anything? It's frozen. That seems not good. I may be stuck. We might not be able to do this. We might not be able to do this. See, it won't let me do that either. Has repack crashed my computer? Do I have to kill the stream and reboot everything or reinstall from whatever backup I've got? Well, we can clearly no longer click on that. This is the only time I've been given this option. So I do not know whether it's going to let me do it twice. In the bottom of my screen, it's showing it with a exclamation point. suggesting that I've got some kind of hidden dialog somewhere. We'll stash this over here for now. That's just closed it, so let's try and open it again. Okay, thank you before. That looks like it's going to let me click on it now. Weirdly, I unclicked the lock to make changes, and it only wanted me to be able to click on that when it was locked and wasn't allowing changes. So that is extremely weird, but we will run it. So next thing, see, I love how, like, I'm Chris from Airwindows, programming all of these things. So I know things about DSP and how things are supposed to sound, but I'm typically very much at sea with this kind of stuff. I think that's more common than uncommon. It's just that a fair number of people who know about, like, all of this stuff don't know a damn thing about sound. And fairly often think they do, but go figure. Anyways, to go back to where we were, I believe we have successfully installed the thing. So we now have to install another thing. Okay, so it wants this as well. I do not like all these dependencies, but it's pretty normal for stuff. Having way too many up, and I beg your pardon. It can too be opened. Okay. So we did allow it, but then Reaper decided that it wasn't allowed. We will find out. Carla, wait. So where were we at? This is a bit of a mess. But then that's normal. So let's copy and paste this and see whether it's even included. I know. You gotta laugh. It's funny. It's ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure there was import export. What did it tell me to do? Extensions repack importer repository. I don't know whether that's what I'm looking at. No, that's going to be manage. So we closed that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to call it that. Absolutely not. Extensions repack importer repository. So I should be able to get to extensions repack import repositories, and then that would be the one. Do we already have it? Yeah, it came with it. I don't need to add that. It was already there. This also implies that the thing is running, so the warning that it gave was in error. As such, since it is already showing this, I can cancel out of there. It's already there. No, you know, I do have a name for it, but I'm working on other things today. It's going to be called Donut, for obvious reasons. Those who know will know. I enjoy doing it that way. People who are just confused, like I'm running across that a lot with meter, and I really don't know how that's going to work out. But it's getting to the point of where, as people increasingly see meter, they get very confused. So let's continue to follow this. So we don't need to install that because it already was there. MGUI was there. So now we need to do this. And I feel like I don't know whether that's going to it had better not be project by project. We can test that. We'll test it on the fly. Well, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. I was trying to copy this stuff and it didn't like it very much at all. But we can do it like this. So now this stuff is copied. And we make a new action and a new rescript. You know something? I can scooch this over to where I can still see it. Action list, indeed. Because I'm running across people discovering this for the first time. If they have never heard of what slew is, they're in a really bad place as far as catching up to what we're doing in the Airwindows sphere, because I've been doing stuff around slew for like decades. And if you don't know what it is, there's a lot to be learned, because it's not the same as frequency. Slew is frequency multiplied by amplitude. And not even, because it's a more complicated factor than that. So, new action. Boop. New rescript. Very good. Save as. So what shall we rescript control? That's not actually... We can give it the name, even if it's a bit of a long name. Or maybe that is too long of a name. Like what I see that you can't see, it might have been. Track FX parameter set by track color and relearn. Cool, but verbose. I'm going to call it fader by color, because it's all about setting specifically the fader on a particular plugin. So it's not just any old parameter. I specifically want to go after fader, and it has to be by color. So, and he's using underscore, so I'll do likewise. There might be a good reason, or it might be just arbitrary. I'm going to guess that there's probably a reason to not have spaces in there, and that's why there's underscores. That's not so unusual. So fader by parameter, and I hit save. Well, actually, no, I'm going to name it, and then presumably it's going to show me a screen where I can paste it in. So name it, and then save, and then paste it in and save again, presumably is how this is going to go, because I see no place to type the other stuff. But now we have it. There we go. Fader by parameter Lua. This is why you couldn't use spaces, is because that would act differently. And paste. There we go. And I feel like I would like to change Louch, but maybe I shouldn't. I can leave it alone for now. Can we resize this window? It seems very cramped. Sure can. And I'm going to want to save again, presumably with the same thing. I wonder how clever this is. Not as clever. So this function, I would assume that it was on launch because of launching the process that continues to run. However, it's spelled louch, but it matches when it's called, so it still works. And that's actually a list of additional functions, or just a list of functions that we have in here. Find substring. up-down mode, Command R replace as cancel. Huh. Two different capitalizations of substring. Interesting. Okay, word match. I do not know why it gives me special capitalization. We get to do substring or capital sub capital string, and there's no explaining what that even means. None of it is actually letting me switch among instances of this. That's all flagged for some reason. It all looks terrible to me. And then this is actually not showing up. So that's presumably some kind of highlighting. I mean, I feel like my Xcode stuff is a lot prettier than this, but I'll live with it. This is the extreme dark and blasting your face with different colors and highlightings. And I don't think that it's like not anti-aliased or something. The text rendering feels janky. It works well enough that I can read the letters in there. You could absolutely have fun by using Wolfbot on each track in Console 0 at 44.1K. It would be a very lo-fi sound. It's totally something that you could do. If you wanted to go even farther with that, I can put out Derez 3, and then you can do the whole frequency matching stuff. That could be amusing. So yeah, so we're looking at this in theory. This now works. I think I have to save it again, though. We pasted it in. Okay, I hit Command S, and I don't think that's saved. Instead, it says, attempt to call a null value, mgui create context. We may just have a failure to do the thing. So we made a new action. I think if we double click it, it might edit it or it might run it. Let's find out what happens when you double click it. It tried to run it and it died. Awesome. Let's open the actions back up again. It does say that it needs to have mgui. So if I close this and I open up Repack, oh, hello. We're browsing packages. It appears to be trying to download stuff. Oh, it's just downloading everything I possibly could ever have. That's not helpful. We don't need that. We don't need that. Back to extensions, back to Repack. Synchronize packages. Has it now loaded the stuff it needs? I don't know. It just said it needed extensions, and it looked like it already had them, but I'm not honestly sure. Import repositories. So here's where you add more. Oh, and it did not let me do that, did it? So it's also open manage repositories, but if I close import repositories, manage repositories disappears. So instead, let's click on Manage Repositories. Then the window will open, but it won't just instantly disappear again. one hopes. These are used to populate the package lists. Does that mean this is in use, or has this failed to be in use? Because it wants these ones. So options, nope. It's not giving me an apply. I had assumed these would be installed. This is spectacularly unhelpful. Okay, I think I begin to see what's going on. It wanted me to populate the package list, but what I must do is I've added, I think I've added relearn. Have I added relearn or have I not? Okay, I think maybe I have, but it wants this one. Or maybe it's this one. It wants one of them. So this is probably the one. It's in the category of API. See, I'm talking my way through this just because I've never done this before, and it's like this is where Reaper starts getting dark and you have to be a Linux nerd to be able to do it. So we're walking through some of this stuff. What ended up happening is I've got these repositories enabled, and that's just giving me a package list, but I don't have anything installed yet. But what I have down here, we had a relearn. See, we went here. Open that in a new tab. We did this. And I think I just only installed repack. I do not know if I installed this, but I will need it. So let's do the following. The mGUI thing was available, but this might not have been. So we need to go and manage repositories. And let's see, Reaper packages. I don't think it's listed here, at least not yet, but time to import one. There's the repo for the thing I'm going and looking for. It's a multi-stage process because what I'm basically doing is I'm adding the repositories and then I have to go in and look for packages and then I have to add the packages. I'm going to be getting more coffee. I feel it in the air. Now that I've done that, now I can browse packages. And I've done the Helgo Boss thing. It shows down there, so and here's the packages I have available. But I've searched for that, or maybe I need to search for it. May be case sensitive. Let's find out. He didn't say to capitalize that. He said browse packages and search for the not capitalized. Doesn't matter. It could have mattered. But I'm thinking rather than look for relearn controller, I'm looking for the basic thing. And I bet it's going to show up as extensions. There we go. So you got there? We got there. Select that. Not select all, but select that. Not unless we have this particular control surface already shown. I don't know whether dock control needs to be included. This is the kind of project where they don't bother to include that, but I do the same kind of thing, so don't worry about it. I mean, I could just select all, but everything else seems to be options for doing these various things. But I'm not going to. I'm going to just install the, and Linux users, but I'm not. I'm actually on something else. So version 2.15, we'll go OK. Does that mean it just installed it? I don't know. Maybe there's somewhere I can find out. At any rate, here's all my options, 2,000 different options among all of these different things. So the other thing I was looking for was that there. So in theory, we've installed the package. OK or reapply. Yeah, sure, let's do this step by step. And we'll quit and restart Reaper. This time it didn't complain. Okay, synchronizing packages. Now I'm downloading stuff. And in theory, I don't know where I can see what packages I have, but here's where I can also do this. So previously I ran the thing and it failed because it might have had some part of it. I don't know if it had relearn. I'm not a Linux user, so I don't need that stuff. Relearn is apparently run like a video, VST, not V, yes, but not video, by adding it to a FX chain. Okay. We might just be using parts of it. It might just be a API. And then re-imgui I have not added yet. So let's go and add re-imgui because that might have been what was causing a problem. There we go. Not loot. This would be the one. It is an extension. It is an API. That's what would be getting used. Rest of this stuff, not so much. So if I OK that, it says nothing about whether it added it, but it might have just added it. I'm presuming I'm going to need to quit and restart again, although it's ceasing to complain about stuff now. So let's see, chat had some ideas. Display window where it says all. Well, I don't have a display window. I've got action list, I've got extensions. Repack has an about. Packages, repack package manager. Extensions doesn't seem to change this. Okay, installed files. Let's see what we've got. We've got that. All packages. Appears that we don't have anything else. There's a button that says install update repack, so we could try that. Display window where it says all in the window where I was installing stuff. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was browse or import repositories. Manage repositories is one of the things that I was doing. That's presumably fine. We did at least add this. So that's manage repositories. Synchronize packages just seems to re-download stuff. Once I finish doing that, I will do browse packages as before 23 suggests. So it says display all, select all, OK, cancel, apply, filter. OK, it's going to be under display installed. OK. How about queued? Nope, nothing queued. Doesn't seem to count any of these. That's fine. Uninstalled. So that's all the other ones. So we'll go to all. As the thing we're looking for again is, well, we're looking for both of those things really. Relearn. So we're looking to install the sophisticated. Okay, so let's find out. So probably OK just closes this window. I had a feeling that if I clicked on this and it was selected and then I hit OK, it would do the thing, but I suspect that's not true because it didn't work. But if I right-click on this, I get a menu. That's going to be, I think, how that's supposed to work. So OK just closes the Browse Packages window. The more you know. That's actually not good OS X design, but we'll deal with it. Oh, and we can apparently install a whole bunch of different versions. 2.15 is the most recent final release. Seems legit. My stuff is going to be a little bit like this too. The stuff that I make with GUI using Juice is being made on GitHub directly, and I'm just leaving all of the previous build versions that didn't actually break or die in some horrible way up there, because it's basically on Microsoft's dime. I don't pay for that hosting, so as long as I'm doing things like Meter, there's no reason I shouldn't iterate through multiple versions and just leave them all available. But this is a nice start. Okay, now we've got a tick mark there, and I do not know. Let's apply it. That's probably not going to close this window. Very good. Lovely. And here's our notes for what's happened with that. This is, again, Linux users are good at making some of these notes, or at least it's probably good notes. I don't understand them well enough to know how good this really is. I see that they've disabled Linux ARM build, so that would be useful to know about. And the next thing I need to do is re-imgui. And again, I'm going to need the API, and we're going to install it like this. We're going to apply that, and it's now loaded that. And with that, maybe the thing's going to work, because we've now installed the packages it needed. Yeah. I am not so good at watching tutorials, especially on stream, but I'm walking through this stuff. If I was making like the thing about Suodara, who did Pample Juice, he was pretty good about walking step by step through all of the real steps, whereas Robert has simply said it requires this and this, but you do have to know how to install these Reaper things in the first place before being able to use any of it. However, now that we've done that, I can show the action list. And we can edit that action. This is the same as it was before. This is the part where we're going to be editing it. Pretty sure I can close it. And then if I double click it or hit run, it runs. And we have a little disclosure triangle, and I bet this just sits around. Looks like you can click on these, but I don't know what that's supposed to do. But that can be edited going forwards. Also, if I close actions, does this continue to sit? Yes, it does. Okay, so that hangs out. I bet if I close it with the X, let's see if it still stays open if we open a project that actually has color coding to it. Also, don't mind me as I close some of this stuff. That way I can see my stream things in the chat. I like to be able to see the chat. Oh, hello. Are we have a problem? We're getting nil because we don't have any of the relevant... Oh, look at that. So that's probably based off of the other one. So I think we've simply failed to run it, but that's because we're telling it to go and look for the plugin purest gain, which doesn't exist here. We got ConsoleX, but we don't have purest gain. However, that can be fixed. Back into the action list. Back into the script. We're going to edit it. And then we're going to do ConsoleX channel. Voila, this one. Now, if this works, then running this, let's see what else this says. This is really hard for me to read, but there's nothing I can do about that now. I find it an unpleasant visualization. So some of this stuff should work. We're supposed to be able to target a parameter. In theory, if we select one on something that has like 35 parameters, that will count. And then I can count downwards to get to what fader actually is. But I'm not actually being shown any good way of getting the number, unless... Nope, that doesn't show a number either. Which is fine. We'll get there. So local colors. I am betting that this 15 chord one is literal full-on red. And as such, that would actually manipulate the stuff here. If in fact this is working. I also don't think I have... We got some road work going on outside, don't mind that. It'll make it harder for me to mix, but we're far away from actually being able to mix. We got these various console messages. And we're going to see whether we can get anything to work. Color buttons. It's able to draw a color button. What on earth are they doing out there? Give me a sec. Just as well as we're dealing with all of this, that's the guy with the leaf blower out there. They are doing paving on my street today. So we shall see. We might end up doing some mixing and having major sound audio interference. So let's see. So this broke before. I do not understand why if I change this, surely I have to save it somehow. Maybe not. Maybe this is just, the rescript here is just live coding. One way to find out. So plug into target by controller. We're going to do parameter 1. Don't know what that is. I do know what this is. Current track. There's no space to the end of this window. That's disturbing. I call that bad design. You don't find that in Reaper itself. You only find that in this. Makes it harder to read because the stuff is literally falling off the edge of the screen. Going wee splat. So let's start it again and see what it does. Get param normalized, number expected got nil. Interesting. Okay, so that's fader by parameter. Bad argument number 2. Well, let's go and find that. I can't scroll this now that there is an interstitial. Unfortunate. Go to error. Okay. Has it gone to error in a useful way? I still can't scroll it. Wonder if I can scroll it. Nope. As long as you have the interstitial there, you can't scroll. Handy. Number expected got nil. Number expected got nil. So relearn index in monitoring effects. I'm going to suggest that that's because relearn is not initialized or relearn is not working. And then that failed, but I'm assuming that that is because the rest of this failed. So let's see whether we can get relearn to be running. Because so far we're still, oh, now it asked to save. There was no other place to save, but now it asked to save. Fine, please do. Let's see whether there are any actions that have relearn in them. I'm going to suggest that would be a nope. Does this have a way to run relearn from inside itself? Or is relearn separate and also has to be running to be able to do this at all? Because these are little scripts, like before it worked and now it doesn't. But, and I could also go back and like repack, browse packages. Display installed. So that's installed. That's not to say it's doing anything. I may need to make it be running somehow. It looks to me as though the mGUI thing was working because at one point it was able... Well, hang on, though. So there's an extension. Ooh, I'm happy to hear that, Benaven. So here's the deal. We don't know whether relearn is running. Let's try to find a way to tell whether relearn is even running. So requires relearn. Okay. Monitoring FX. So there's more instructions that we need to do. Now, when we say monitoring FX, that's an area I have not yet confronted. So let's try to find what monitoring FX even is. I don't think I have that shown anywhere. Master track, okay, that's fine. Window, nope. Extensions, nope. Nope, nope, nope. You know what, I'm going to shut off the spectrogram. It might not save this, but I'm looking at the view menu, which is not necessarily, oh, I have a performance meter. It is a very ugly performance meter. Oh no, that looks terrible. On the other hand, I'm using very little in the way of CPU, so that's cool. Also, I need to enable when using OBS, I have to turn off and reselect SWB audio capture before it sends the output properly. So here is just because my plugin is called monitoring doesn't mean that that's what monitoring FX is. So I'm being told through this to go to the monitoring effects, but I don't think I have anything of the sort showing. That's going to be somewhere else in Reaper. I'm being told to go to view. Let's find out. View. Oh, okay. You can't see it, but on my menus, it goes File, Edit, View menu. And then I am viewing master track, which I want. I've also got a tempo envelope. And then mixer, floating mixer master, which is a separate thing. That is another option for, so I don't actually want that way. And then here's monitoring effects, and that's going to open a window for me. So here's where I add relearn. However, I'm not sure it's going to show up there. So let's go and look at where we're finding it. Go to the monitoring effects and add relearn to your monitoring effects. And then select we're renaming it an FX instance. You know, I can just rename the script to not call that Airwindows Color Coordinator. Oh, but there's another thing. Okay. So here we go. We should at least be able to add relearn to the monitoring effects. And look at that. See, it says Helgo Boss. So I can find it this way. Here's me. Here's something I'm not going to be keeping around. Dexid. But Helgo Boss, that's going to be a VSTI relearn, and that's what we want to add. Lovely. And we have more stuff to paste in. We apparently need to rename it. We may have to do literally all of this every single time. That's going to be a bear. It's not to say it's not worth it, but this is in process, shall we say. Because this is not good. But for one, let's just keep walking through some of this stuff. Let's see whether we can get it to work at all, ever. It's always a good thing to find out whether you can get the thing to work at all, ever, before you start worrying about making it work well. So, we're going to follow the instructions in great detail. Firstly, I don't think this is where... What on earth is going on now? Let's view monitoring effects again. Here's where I'm being asked to rename it. So I bet it's like this. And go back over here. I need to name this instance Airwindows Color Coordinator. I'm not going to want to keep that. That seems bad. Because that may be what the thing is doing, but this is actually straight up just a plugin. And now it doesn't look like relearn anymore, which is bad. However, here's some more instructions to follow. Okay, copy the code below. We'd better do that. Man, that's a lot of brackets. Okay, we renamed it. And oh, okay, so we put it on the clipboard, so there's that. Input music thing ML plus is clearly the one we want, so don't need to worry about output though. I mean, we could give it an output, but I'm going to say no. I know this doesn't have an output I care about. When it says main compartment, what the actual heck is main compartment? So, main preset? Nope. Mapping group? I see nothing saying compartment. Oh, there are no mappings in this compartment. Well, how do I... Okay, it's pre-selected. I could have it be this, but I want it to be this. Fair. It just confused me because it was already selected. And that's a radio button. And I don't want it to be that. I want it to be this. And then import from clipboard appears to be up next to input, but I don't know whether that, no. So essentially what this looks like it's telling me, what it looks like it's telling me is that input is part of import from clipboard is part of input section, but it's really not. It's just next to input section. This is the kind of stuff I'm going to need to get better when I do the layout or layouts for the ConsoleX GUI interpretation. The one that's meant to look like this little card. Because I can't have stuff be as ambiguous as this. So there is a select, which is actually a button. So I would, rather than say select, when I see the word select, what that means to me is there are a series of options in some kind of menu. And you're selecting from a menu, or you're selecting from one of these. When it says select, I assume it means you're going to find import from clipboard in a menu like this, and you are going to select from among several options the option that it says. But instead, we are in fact selecting main compartment, but select isn't the word I would use for that, especially since it's the default. And then this isn't a select at all. That's not a select at all. That is a hit the button. However, ooh, okay, so we're in with yet another problem. Yeah, see, I do not agree. Select to click on a button is the wrong word to use, but that is my opinion. In any case, we have a problem that might be a deal breaker and absolutely stop us from being able to do it. Let's see whether we can copy this and paste it to a different type of editor. Here is BBEdit. And we're supposed to get this out. It should be text. Looks like what, a script of some kind? Looks like JSON or something. I'm not entirely sure. So if we copy that from there, and now we try to import it from clipboard, we're trying again to import it from clipboard. No. So where are we at? Invalid JSON. So this is JSON. I wasn't making that up. Key must be a string at line 2, column 5. What is column 5? I'll say one thing about it. This must have taken a while to do. And kind main compartment code EOF. So I wonder whether we can resolve this by figuring out what's broken. The chances are not good that I can make this work. I think it's very unlikely that I can make this work, but we can at least try. We are loading in this thing, and it's expecting a JSON object. Key must be a string at line 2, column 5. Deserialize era unknown variant compartment parameter value expected these various things. Does it say what it got instead of what it was expecting? Because it's expecting this long list of possible stuff. Could it need a comma at the end of this final thing? I do know that in attempting to do that, it abjectly and utterly and totally failed. So it's got nothing. It's going nowhere. What if there's a comma after this final bracket? Does that make it happy? Oh, interesting. That just changed a lot. But maybe that changed it because it made it be different, but I'm not sure if that helped. So here's unexpected symbol near open brackets. However, maybe that is just because this is all part of the open bracket, close bracket object. And so even though it says open brackets, what it means is close brackets, because to it, everything inside this is getting skipped over. So the unexpected symbol is this, even though it says open bracket and the symbol is actually near close bracket, and in a certain way of thinking, it's not even close to open bracket. But conceptually, maybe it's close to open bracket. There's 3 different invalids here. That's fascinating. So I'm still wondering whether I can find line 2, column 5. I could stop it wrapping. Let's find out. Text display. Soft wrap tap. Okay, how about don't soft wrap text? Oh, are you seriously telling me that just by loading this into a soft wrapping text thing, it blew up? Well, let's find out. That should still be on the clipboard. Paste it in from there. We do not have soft wrap text enabled. However, it's still like, what even is line 2? Does it think all of this is one line? So there we are. We are back to no comma at the end of all of this. What's line 2? Remove the outermost. Willing to give it a try. We can but try. Oh, now it's giving me the same problem, but the window size is different for no good reason. Unexpected symbol near equal. Interesting. And the EOF, kind main compartment, parsing error code is the EOF. Interesting. EOF usually means end of file. And expected value at line 2, column 5. Well, I mean, what even is line 2? There's a problem. What even is line 2? Oh, I'm not sure it's going to be possible to progress. I had hoped I would do more than this. I had hoped I would be able to do more than this, but you know, sometimes you just don't make it. I'm happy it worked for somebody. If this part doesn't work, I have 0 chance of making it work. I don't know what you mean by Being says cross switch unit within is similar to density 2. No, I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, this is a long, weird series of things, but it's not going to help. I have failed to do this. We can remove this now because we're not going to be able to use it. And we can make the control surface go back to its original settings, like this. because we're not going to be able to use that either. So let's see. However, do we have this working? Yep, I put that back. That's going to be fine. That's going to be fine. So here's what we've got. Little snippets of stuff here and there. And we made this little track here from the pieces that were initially here. And this is not actually the one I'm looking to do, but I might as well at least get a get the mix of it finished so that I can export it and move on to something that's going to be more useful. Because my take on this is this track is not going to be useful. I don't think it's going to sound good or be good enough music to use for anything. That's the way it was when I first did it. I was like, oh boy, I can't do anything with this. And we will see whether that's actually true and that I can't do anything with it, or whether maybe I can do something with it. So here's what we're going to do to start with. Let's put meter on, and then let's just play it, and I'm going to go and make another cup of espresso, and here, you should be able to load density within Consolidated. Load whatever version of density is there, because that's going to be sonically as identical as possible, unless density 2 contains the weird, like the weird oversampling code I was using at the time. And if what you mean by density 2 is the version that has the weird oversampling code, then there will not be a similar in there, but you should use the density that's in there, because there's going to be a version of density in there. So go and find the version in density. For now, let me go and make another cup of coffee, and let's get this playing. Okay, so in the process of making my coffee, which I have here, and hearing that, I felt like that has still got too much happening in it. Like, in order to make this actually be a thing that's any good, I pretty much need to make it be even sparser. So rather than even getting into the mixing part yet, you can close meter, we're not even there. What I need to do is go into this part and see how many of these I can still take out. That's currently what I'm thinking about with this one, and getting this taking this out of the picture so that I can move on to another track, hopefully by noon, if I'm lucky. So one thing we can do is move this out of the way so that I can click on things without Windows flying up in my face. Hey, Crappy Blonde. And we'll delete that. And then what else? That too. And we're just going to keep stripping stuff out. In particular, we're going to have the kick drum simply not show up for a long time. When? Let's find out. Too much happening at once there. So we'll take that nasty little noise out, but leave this stuff in. What about this? So if we didn't have the kick here, I'll be getting into acoustic instruments eventually. Here, check it out. It's an acoustic instrument. It's out of tune. And I'm not playing anything good on it either. There will come a day when I get that kind of thing going on. Understand that if I was to use acoustic instruments, I'd have to be able to play them. That's usually a problem. For now, let's see what we've got going on in here. The thing I'm thinking about in dealing with this is, to what extent can I make this track turn a little bit more into what you'd call like old Plastic Man, where there's a lot of synthesis going on, but it's minimal. I typically have very unminimal stuff going on here, and I'm looking to minimalize it a lot more than it is. Notably, I constantly have the kick and hat going at all times, and I'm wondering whether that's necessary. Having the hat doing something is okay, though. that was cute. I can leave that. But I don't know if I need these synthesizer leads in here. That little conjunction there was okay though. So to simplify it, if we take out the little and then also take out this bit, we have this leading into that, and that seems good. Oh, you pronounced it as unknown? Okay. The V's were confusing me, that's all. And yeah, I am a fan of drum and bass stuff, although typically I go back to, hang on. In just doing this, I realized, do those clicks even do anything useful? Where are those? These four, useless. But I like these two. Also, I can keep dragging these things around as much as I want. Do we like having that? That do. It's kind of hard, right? And it's sitting against the hat, but maybe we don't even want that there. Maybe we let it do the do, but then make it stop. And overlap with that bit. Maybe I can cut it off more sharply. I'm not sure if that's really necessary. I can do it though. Or indeed, straight up skip that one, and the faint click takes the place of the last note. We've cut everything back to just that little bit. And let's not have that do yet. So where do we edit that? Here. Because that note is acceptable to begin. we can bring that in there. Oh, that clearly was not the right place. Let's fix it. I don't want that da-da-da-da-da-da in there, so we're going to leave it at just that. Just after the sting. Oh, can I have just the sting reinforced by? Sure can. Let's see what this is like. We've had that sting happening this entire time, the hat sting, but we can have this enter on that final note, which coincides with the sting. And it sounds like this. Okay, I'm good with it. Here is another section. It's distinctly different. This is all still pretty good. But I feel like something should change here. We're stretching it a little too far. So what's that like if I make stuff disappear? Okay, 15 chord is the loud, grungy one, so for cutting stuff out, that might be a good place to do it. Make a nice striking change. Let's cut that hat out as well. It's gonna stop in a moment anyway. Okay, that was pointless. Let's cut that out. It just sort of finishes up around that point, so... Okay. So this now goes somewhere else. We've got like... We're about a third of the way into the song, so we'd better either be able to figure out cool things to do with this or delete lots of things. We could delete the final section and probably not lose anything. I mean, we're closing... Oh, more roadworks outside. We're closing in on 3 minutes anyhow, so... I'm going to see whether any of this is even interesting. Nope. Just because it made a note doesn't mean it's good. That goes away now. What else have we got? maybe that's not serving any purpose here either. Like if we switched it over to here, I mean, it's an alternate noise, yes, but I feel like it's just not doing anything good. It's just not doing anything good. We can leave it out completely. And as for this stuff, so is there a place I can make this remaining part, because we got like nothing left here, and I bet I'm gonna lose this too. Like this, it's not that kind of song to have that bit in there. So it's not chasing the cursor either. So how about when it goes doo 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 doo, it stops. Where would that be? So much road work going on outside. Oh my god. And then if we drag this over, we'd probably get a hit of some kind. What lives here? And again, we can hit this, split it, and put that bit back to where it was. This does this. So this part at this moment is this. And that's about where it cuts off. So if we leave that click out, we have these two. I don't think I need that second one, but maybe this first one is fine. What do we got here if I use this one? Nope. Nope, that's no good. But that might be an okay thing to... It's almost like doing dub techno, where you've got little bits of crunchy synths and warm stuff popping up here and there, but it's against a background, a space, which is much bigger and emptier. What if this overlaps just enough to hit that? Can I put more clicks in? There's a click. There's some more clicks. Okay, so maybe not this one, but these ones. Go into sparseness. Let's bring this in when it does that. In here somewhere. Like here. Not that one, but from here on. I'm honestly not sure if they're augmented sevenths or not. I'm not sure what those chords are. I just know that the chord organ is producing them. And I did specify what notes the chord organ plays, but I couldn't tell you what it's actually doing, only that I told it to be some kind of funky augmented chord. And then the control voltages are asking it to do that particular thing. So let's see. So the first time we went into the chorus, we have kick drums reinforcing it. And we went into that section. Now we're in this section. And we're about to do something entirely else, which might be entirely deleted. Okay, so what we've got here, it's kicking into another heavy beat section, but it's coming from a heavy beat section, which is regular. What that means is we can drag these things around to overlap in different ways, and although it's doing a nice little groove in its way, that might be distracting from what the Zox bass is doing here. And then when we get this part in, this might be where we bring in the kick again. And pull out this little extra click here. You can barely hear what it's doing. So we got a nice double bump heading into this loud chord, and then over here we could have a final beat by extending this, and even cutting it off a little aggressively to make it just a little bit different from the ones around it. So what do we get when we do that? Got a bunch of weird overlaps. What if this part enters here? Meaning I don't want that high note. None of the high notes are actually doing me any good at all. So we'll lose those completely and just have that little sin enter right there for the occasional little note, the occasional little noise, and let's see what that does. That's a noise in my actual room. We're getting all kinds of good roadwork noise. Here, let's give you the roadwork noise for future sampling. As long as it's being real distracting, we might as well run with it. Oh, wait. I've got a camera I can put on that, but unfortunately it doesn't have a microphone hooked up to it. This is the camera that has the microphone hooked up to it. And we could also do the upstairs. I think that stuff might be settling down a little bit. A little hard to tell, but I think it might be settling down a little bit. So I can go over and hopefully, if anybody was sampling this for construction noises, you got some nice rumbles and things in there. I put the microphone up on the upstairs hallway, so it should have done a nice ambient quality to the roars and rumbles and rattles and things. And I believe that means that they have successfully put asphalt all over my street, and they'll be moving onwards and going away from me, which is pleasing. There's a whole bunch of steamrollers and things kicking around, but whatever. Next question, what have we here? So here's where we're coming from. I know, right? Isn't it kind of like, the back rooms? It's not a yellow filter, it's just the color of that camera at the moment. If we left that there, okay, what if we did the same stopping after that riff, but up here? Does it line up with this at all? It does. So you can do this. See, it had on top of that final note whatever it was doing. And I'm not sure those notes are any use. Can we do weird things? That's useless, but how about with this? All of this is very arbitrary, but sometimes that's what you can do. You can do stuff that is very goofy and arbitrary. That's what we're doing with this little section. It's just a bunch of arbitrary nonsense. I wonder whether even that is redundant. We're cutting it back more and more. And then remove you. Okay. See, that's cool because what ended up happening is I took out all of that other stuff just in time for ZoxSpace to start doing something weird. The frequency modulation of it, or something in there, started acting strange. And it draws attention to the only thing that's remaining right at the moment that it starts doing something amusing. Although I could also mess with it in the following way. I could be overlaying something. Like, the question is, will I want to stretch all of this in? Like, what happens as I get to this final bit? Because this is the part where I could fade it out at this point, or I could go into the final part. See, here it's doing something unusual. And then we've got other stuff happening. In theory, we have an outro if we choose to keep it. The thing is, I don't think it has much to offer. just got it kind of continuing this groove and building it. And then we've got this section, which is just a bunch of reversed. Does this. Which is all very well, but I'm not confident in that either. Like, it's an interesting juxtaposition, to be sure, but how about nope? And the rest of this hammers along with this beat way more than it really needs to. But I wonder whether I can bring the continuing beat here. See, this is one of the regular beats. And transition from this section by like gradually ramping up the volume of the kick and then snapping into this other stuff, but later. Like more around here. Rather than over here. Because we had this going on. Weird little transition there, where it just switches to something else after doing a bunch of weird things. So in there somewhere would be a good place to return to everything else. But I'd like to return to everything else without this initial, all of the things cranking out. I mean, it's a cool noise. I think I might have it at the end too. It's like building up to a thing. And then I do have that cutoff, so I like that final build. We can lose these, meaning that I've just got that. That's a decent sort of final everything builder. Meaning that we might want to come in right when this starts to happen. So, bearing in mind, we can edit this and just drag the sizes of the regions around. So what we can do is just select that, snip it from there, and then we can drag these other regions to fill up this space as if we had never edited it. And that's a convenient way to do stuff like, boop, just straight up make this go away and then start reconstructing it. So all this, and remembering that it's grouped, but we do actually have to select all of the things. This can be moved up to where it overlaps usefully, and then we drag the rest of it out or in to cover what needs to be done. So it just becomes a question of at what point does this switch to the new bit. And we're going to have the kick drum slowly coming in and ramping up as this goes. It's going to be dragged to overlap. So at what point does that turn back into the riff? Two, three, and then here is where it turns back into the riff. And that goes here. That's where it is. Which also means that this usefully lines up. This is going to be dragged over to overlap, so we'll ignore it for the moment. Likewise with the hat and everything else. Hey, didn't want you to deselect. You're no fun anymore. No, I want you to do this where I can overlap it and see where that went. Depends on what you mean by filtering. These all have filters on them. I'm probably not going to do any automation. So here's where things start to come back. And here's where we turn off that. We can leave that hat sting. And now it comes in like this. That overlaps. How about if that snap happens at the, oh, hang on. At that note. Keep hitting the wrong buttons everywhere. I'm just not used to the right clicking and left clicking. What would happen if I continued that? How far would it go? What would it play if we just had it going? Because now I know I can stop it at that moment. It's kind of noodly. So if we were to take this moment right here and have this enter only when that hits, might be fine here though. It's just throwing in bits of wrong notes everywhere. So that was not a win, but we can maybe cut it off. And instead of going, it hits that final bit of note. And let's fool with that to make it cut off in an interesting way. Like, what happens when it cuts off right where that chord does, even though the note doesn't actually cut off there? What happens if it stretches just a hair past that? Yeah, so maybe not that one. Can I learn how to do this properly ever? Dear God. What if How about if it goes and that last doubling isn't there anymore? Because the doubling of that one coincides with the sting. But making that slight variation does something interesting, so let's see what this did. And just for laughs, split, move. So now the last kick drum is offbeat. Or even more offbeat. We don't have to do grid lines. We have no grid lines. How about a bit slow? Okay. And then this no longer matches anything, so we leave that bit out. There is a faint click on there. What's that doing? Nothing useful. That's probably enough for finishing it off. Bear in mind, I've got a kind of delay, which is not to say that I can't throw another one on. Although I might have... I think when I say that I've got a little delay, what I mean is I offset the two angles on syn lead, and then I've now deleted the parts where I did that, so that's not there anymore. So I stand corrected. I don't have any delay in. question is, where would one put it? Probably on SynLead. And what could we do given that it's kind of edited down? See, I don't mind filling up things with a lot of odd delays. Because this SynLead is not synchronizing up with things very well anyway. So I remember it's not going to be in quick add effects, is it? We don't want any effects chains. I'd like to see what double A adds to the party. That's the one that I did for... Oh, and we do have feedback. Nice. I wondered whether we'd have feedback or not. So this window is now popped out. We've got it soloed. Let's hear what we can make it do. Here's the delays. We have substantial detune going on here, though. Neat. How you like that? So this is double A, which I made for Terry Manning. It's using Glitch Shifter, but I probably don't want this much detune on it. Well, you're the one who was asking for psychedelic delays. You're welcome. And let's go back to our old favorite golden ratio. Close to 0.618 to 1. So now the question is, how does this balance with everything else we're doing? Because we've also got another section here where it's going to start playing and then it's going to continue echoing through the quiet part. So I like that. Time to find out. As it quietly fades away. So here's what that's going to do over the middle section. And then as we build up to an end, this bit is going to be the fade. Rather than a sudden cutoff, it's going to be weird psychedelic going on. So here is, oh, and we've got an earlier section, multiple earlier sections. Cool. Okay, so I am warming to the, and thank you, Unknown, I am warming to the possibilities of this. No, the delay is literally directly on SynLead. It's before any of the console processing. We're doing it literally directly on the lead. The sends are only to reverbs, and we're going to continue to have those reverbs there. But here's what our output, our quiet section sounds like. Oh, also, I have not done this part yet. So how well does this synchronize? Well, so we will let that quiet down and then come in only after it has become quiet. Figuring out when to start bleeding this in. I'd better count it from the beginning. I can't hear what it's doing anymore. So we go from here. So it comes in here, thump, 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 boom, and back in. So we go back into the 15/8 here, and we lead into it by bringing in the kick, but we're going to fade it in with this little crossfade thing. How's that work? I'm not even counting the bars very accurately. I'm just winging it, as one does, as one does. I am thinking that the delay thing is going to work nicely, though. I feel like that's a good additional texture to add to these sections. Actually, let's bring in the full volume when we get to this point, or even later than that. Why is this one cutting off this far off? The full volume kick comes in when this chord switches to chord. That's when we hit full volume. Oh, Robert, yeah, we spent the beginning of the stream trying and failing to get that to work. The part of it on your video that works looks exactly right. Come to think of it, if we're doing that, why don't we pull this back and have this come in earlier? All the way back to here. There's our crossfade, and it comes up to full volume around here. The rubbery base is a Zox box. This is a Zox box that is being frequency modulated. It's a Zox box being frequency modulated by a Eurorack oscillator that's being driven by the CV of the Zox box. And it's using the Zox box's filters. And if I'm not mistaken, there's no high cut anywhere in there. But this is it. This is the thing. And again, it is a Zox box, which is a 303 imitation hardware. This is also a Zox box. And if I'm not mistaken, they both have a sine wave oscillator frequency modulating their native os. And that's what we got with those. You can kind of hear the Zoxiness of them as they go. It would be the sawtooth oscillator on the Zox box though. And yeah, some places it is mild FM. Some places like here, it's more strong FM. Like that's a stronger FM. Sometimes I'm using the sine wave oscillator that's frequency modulating it to dial in something that's closer to the frequency that it's trying to do. Like sometimes the frequency combines and sometimes the frequency clashes. The filter modulation is strictly coming from the Zox box. Although I have an input where I can feed stuff into that as well. Yep, and the envelope is native Zox box. That's basically just the Zox's little oscillator and envelope kicking off, and that's why it gets clicky. Is because it's effectively a hardware 303 copy. So it does a good job at putting the clicks right where you want them. So here's where that drum comes in. Okay, I like that. You're doing a good job of kissing. Let's bring this one in a different place. Or volume ramp it. We can volume ramp it. Let's see what we get if we just straight up gradually fade this in right to the end, because it does build. is kind of like automation. I just like doing it on the clip level. This is shaking my room a little bit, and I don't think it's the earth moving equipment outside. And we actually kept some of the length of this, honestly. And we have a very long sustain on that. Arguably maybe too long, but we should see what it does in some of the other sections. So here's our first entry. Makes a nice little pad. That's cool. After all. Doing a little high mid boost. The variations in density are suiting me fairly well. I'm pretty happy with that. Like, the nice thing about using the synth lead with double lay there is it's not playing coherent things anyway. Slightly weird trailing off there. Might just be able to smooth that a little bit by doing a diminuendo on the weird little bass. would look like this. And sound like this. Meaning that this final bit isn't really necessary. Actually, here's where we fade in and out, so tell you what. If we stretch, we can stretch this arbitrarily far in this direction, and then it'll kind of crossfade the kick drums from this more complicated one to the simple kick drum. And then we just crossfade the heck of it and see where it gets. Okay, it needs to go further in terms of not being obvious. We cut off that bit and then continue to crossfade it real hard. So as this continues to fill up sound, the kick is slowly fading out. Might be a good place to fit some more nonsense in. Here's where we can get making nonsense and bad noodling that's not useful but is in a big delay. Let's hear what happens when we do this. So, if there was more of this, what would it be playing over all of that if it became the spotlight of it all? Okay, I don't like that, but I think I'm on the right track. I think there's a section in there where I can still have the nonsense, but have it drop out and still be doing something useful. So that's still good. But we're probably going to cut it back before here. If we do that, we're going to have a sort of murmuring going on. And we can always heighten the feedback and the delay volume and the detune because it's just not thick enough. That's what we had in mind. I wonder whether the whole thing could be shifted though. Like, is this a loud note? Hang on. I'm throwing Windows in my face again. They tend to force themselves to be on screen too, so I'm constantly covering up stuff. So, if that little note okay, let's just arbitrarily move it some more. Do we have a place where this can synchronize? To maybe right where this hits? You see where they're lined up? Meaning okay, I like that transition. Having problems with my stuff in Ableton, unfortunately. Maybe you can help them. What would happen if I stopped at the loud note back here? that? So if I only have this part, the last bit's not as useful. A little bit of asymmetry there to make it come in one of the channels more than the other. Ugh. Neat. We might be getting on to dialing in the mix, which is going to involve this. All of that going on. And this. So let me go. It's noon, so I probably can't be making more coffee much later into the afternoon, but I could make one more. And we're going to set this to loop again, and I'm going to listen to what it made now that we've got that much sorted out. Back in a bit. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go for a second, I think. And, well, off we go. Back in a bit. Ooh, can you not jump in my way, please? I'm trying to manipulate something. Yeah, see, I just asked you not to do that. Thank you. So maybe I don't have any of those left, or maybe I just have the one bit. Or maybe I don't even have that bit. What do you think? Maybe none of that? None of these? Or only that one, maybe? We're getting real arbitrary now. What would happen if we didn't even have the kick in here? Excuse me. Sorry about that. Thank you. Like if we never brought in this kick at all, because it's coming in right at the moment when the keyboard's going wonky. So if the if the kick never came in from that part, like, do we still have any of that section left anywhere? One way to find out. Oh yeah. No, that's the busy section. That's the regular section. That's the regular section. So this is the first appearance of that, and that's the only time we hear that busier kick. But then if we switch to we could keep this regular kick going. Or fade it out. How about that? So it's two different kinds of kick here, but we're overlapping them massively into each other. So if we faded that, it'll fade out and then it'll come back. I feel like it's kind of too big of a kick anyway. So we've morphed into this weird space. And this is the kick sneaking back in. So at the point that it was going out, I'm kind of liking the way that it overlapped. So if we were to just straight up stretch this all the way over to here, in the missing space, it would sync up like this. And there's where it starts coming back in. What is this question about setting up console emus? Tropical banana one. Okay, let's read it. Also, Bukowski is a fine poet, not the best role model in the world. Put it this way. Like, Bukowski and Steve Albini were on the same path. And they're both dead. So it's like, if you want to keep doing the fun thing that you're doing, maybe you do something else. Fruity Loop Studio. I don't know anything about that. I do not know if inserts are where you would want the channel plugins. Unless that's literally what's on the channel, like what you see here. These are my channels and they're being fed into the master, which is hidden over here underneath like my screen. And that's the master, and that is where the console bus plugin sits, of which currently there's nothing much happening with it. Not that I can't do things with it. So the way the console system as a whole works is your channel plugins sit last on your channel, and the bus plugin sits first on your bus. Because between them is unity gain, which is what we've got for all of the DAW faders and things, because you replace them with the fader that's built into console channel. As far as Best of my inventions for trimming high frequencies to reduce aliasing? I don't know. It would depend. Now, as far as subgroups in the mixer, I've got a version of it, namely Console 8 is designed for all of the channels to feed subgroups, and then the subgroups to feed the final mixer. And that would be Console 8, and you don't have ConsoleX available now anyway, but Console 8 has a ConsoleX channel, which goes on the end of all the channels. You can kind of see there, everything that I've got on the channels is happening before. But we do see something fairly similar to what you do in Console 8. Namely, on my sends, I'm sending to the gray channels that are called ambient and plate. And both of those have a Console 9 bus plugin, which is essentially the same processing in ConsoleX, but with less going on. And those are doing a decode on all of the sends that are being sent to them at whatever levels they are. And then they're adding a reverb, and then they're bringing them back into another instance of ConsoleX channel. So Console 8 works kind of like that, except for there's a dedicated submix in and a submix out kind of thing. But they work essentially the same way. And the reason that stuff like that matters more than, for instance, ConsoleX is going to be a little more flexible. Console 8 is designed to run hopefully at 96K, and it uses an elaborate system of distributed filtering to prevent aliasing. And as such, it's got a whole array of little filters that combine to get ruler flat response if you have them all, one of them in sequence, across the entire mix bus. So that makes it more complicated. Maybe we're not going to worry about that right at the moment. I'm going to get back to what I was doing. That's a good place for the kicks to start going away in earnest. So we'll maybe start fading it out here. If I move these, is it also going to move the onset of? Yes, it will. So I can have that cut out entirely, and I can have this come in a little bit later. So here's where we're drifting into the radiculum zone. Hey, 100 yard. And we've sort of subtly evolved in that direction. Our quietest moment, we have only the Zox. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. Oh yes, perhaps not any precision. No, thank you. Nope, 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 none of that. Here's what we're going to do. Firstly, let's move this over so it's in the way because we're going to need to use it, but this is going to be, not these though, but this is going to be our console adjustments. We do have the little control surface. We're probably not using it. Unfortunately, the stuff with the adjusting them by the color of the track took up a bunch of hours this morning and failed completely. But what we're going to do now, hang on. Is go over to our auxiliary power monitoring location, and we're going to listen to this, maybe not all the way through, but I'm going to go up there enough that I can get a bit of a sense of what's going on. And let's make a couple of quick little changes while we're at it. Like I am betting that hat needs to be a little bit louder, and I feel as if my kick was more than it needed to be. So I'm going to pull stone back a hair, and I believe I've got, I've got gating happening. So I'm going to tighten up that kick a little bit that way, because I know I'm going to be wanting to do it. We're going to let a little more low mid in and have a little bit less low bass boost. And I'll also drop the frequency just a hair. All these little tiny adjustments. And now we're going to go upstairs, and I'm going to put this on again. But we're going to hear it from the upstairs monitoring position rather than from this monitoring position. So we're going to go from this to this. Be right there. It is a kind of yellow light, I must admit. I picked that light particularly because it wasn't going to be obnoxious. So now let's listen to how this hits, how it comes together from up here. Okay, that was easy to hear. I feel like it could have a little bit more articulation on that Zoxbox bass. Also, I'm not sure if the kick is hit yet. There's the kick. That is a very big rumbly kick. I wouldn't mind having a little more clack on that kick though. Like I'm not feeling anything about it other than the have more edge on that Zox box. That noise could be louder too. It's pretty understated most of the time. We could be compressing the low end of the Zox box and allowing the mid-range to be less compressed. Because I would definitely like a kind of rip, a kind of guitar amp like on that. So we basically need more upper mids on the kick drum and the Zox box. A fair bit of the other stuff is coming through okay though. Here's the deceptive quiet part. And that was aggressive. It was meant to be. Also, some of that noise is like road building machinery outside. Like ideally, if this works out, it actually is more aggressive than the earth building machinery outside. That's how techno should be. It's like, oh man, I can't hear the bulldozer, the techno keeps playing. Let's go and play it. So here we are again, and those are the things we wanted to do. Ooh. Also, I am happy to see that somebody is becoming a new Yes fan. Good for you. That is a fine thing to be. One thing you can also like Yes about is that Warner Music Group is letting people even share revenue from doing Yes songs on React videos. So let's see where we were at. Here's some of the things we were doing. Well, that was cool. Didn't intend to do that, but we did it anyway. Here is a section where the kick is going and the Zox is going. If we compress it. Yeah, it's not terribly useful. Is it though? Just kind of listening for what I can get out of this. So I had been talking about how it needs more mids and less bass, so we've just done a little bit of that. There's our lowest bass. Just hint at that with a boost. We're also doing some low mid cutting. Maybe that might help figure out how to do that. Yep. And there's that clack I wanted to hear in there. And largely the same deal with the Zoxbox bass. This seems to have very little going on here, so here's where we wanted to set up Embark. This is the loud part. We got. So we haven't done anything with any of the dynamics or the Stonefire. It's all flat, 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 flat. We're trying to do it all with the parametrics, which may or may not be a good idea. And I feel we can clean it up a few dB just to give it a little more edge. Air is not going to be doing anything very much, I don't think. It's just too bassy. There's that. So here's our bassy section. There's our mid-rangey section. a combination of these two things. I've now got them sort of distorting equal amounts. When I cut fire or stone, you do have stone fire available, so this is still possible to do. Here's the fire section. Here's the stone section, which is sort of the low frequency thump. So one thing we might be able to do is start compressing like this. Just cutting that back, but we might want some attack on it. I want huge amounts of kick on this because it has to fit with this. Like when it's supposed to be doing something like this, I want that bass to be like thwack. Sweeter, what we're doing in ConsoleX, which is not going to be available until I put it out, is Stonefire is in parallel with parametric. For that matter, what's some of this stuff even doing? Like, I don't think Treble is even doing anything useful there. So I've now just put parametric, which is these, back to the middle. So that we can better dial in this punchy Stonefire effect. And we could also play with the top dB, which is after everything. Pretended that it was super, super loud, it would come off like this. If we pretended that it was super, super quiet, it comes off like this, which is a little more like your traditional, electronic music, where it doesn't have any kind of amp simulation or anything like that. You don't get this in consolidated, and never will, because there's just far too many faders. So if we obliterate threshold and stone, so that's too fuzzy. And what if we have a little bit of compression and fire? Yeah, boosting the frequency a little going into Stonefire isn't going to help you that much. I'm going to allow that to low pass just a hair. I wonder what would happen if I high passed it just a hair. Like I can take the lows out of this by doing this. And that does give me more amplitude. No, you can't. It ain't ready. Attack out of this thing, I'm telling you. I don't think the gating is going to help me at all. No, I don't think so. Maybe I can find that frequency and notch it out on the parametric. You think? Could be worth a try. I feel like it may be a low mid frequency. No, I think it's actually a high mid frequency. So that's interesting, I suppose. All this solo stuff, though, I'm trying to find details of that. Let's do a different section for a change. there's the edge of it in there. I want that mid-range poking out. I dare say there are quite a few things to comment on, Robert. I don't doubt that I was getting close. I just wasn't able to get there, that's all. It's nice doing a little sort of solo thing in here. Trying to get this going. So compression release. That sounds good. I like that. I like the idea of putting VST and monitoring effects. I take it that sounds good. I like that. It's doing the setup correctly once and not having to do it again. I like that. That sounds awesome. A little more edge on this. Oh, interesting, Robert, interesting. So that's what that did. That is handy, and that is more than I asked for, which is probably why I didn't realize that you had done it. Meanwhile, here's our kick and stuff. Throw extra air on this just because, to the extent that the kick has any clarity to it, this is bypassing literally everything. Although I can also just a little more click on that kick, and the context it's all in is like this. Hey, Fotis. Ooh. That said, Robert, I'm not going to ever want to do that, so there's the concern. Hat here is being constructed entirely out of fire with some air. Don't worry about it. Or maybe Fotis, you could consult with Robert. Robert has built something. I just wasn't able to make it work, and bits of it aren't the way I would have it, but on the whole, it's a good start. So here's our gate thresholds for this. about we not do this gating on the highs anymore? And let's voice it in with some of the parametrics. See whether we can put a little more edge onto that hat. We can't really take it down into the mids very well. That's extending the lows a bit. Bit of physicality added to the hat that way. You can high pass it lots. Low passing it too. If you low pass it like this, we are resisting aliasing, and that might be nice for this one, especially with all the boosting we're doing. That's probably good. There, and now we've got it gated. So it will quiet itself down if it's not in use. This guy was kind of loud. What can we do about this, I wonder? Well, I know one thing is it's got a high mid boost on there, and it sounds like it has a high mid boost on there. And it has a treble cut. And it's got nothing go on compression-wise at all. But it's all made out of fire, and it's doing heavy stone fire stuff going on. And no air. Interesting. Delay line's very resonant. Very, very resonant. And that's because we have a bunch of high mid boost. So we'll make it slightly less resonant. Got something going on up here too. Like I'm now fiddling with this. Well, that was interesting. So let's give it more sustain. This is cream coat. And we're cutting back the high mids in a particular place. I think we're also doing some interesting stuff with compression on this one. Let's leave the crunch on there. But also let's try doing just a tiny bit of flow pass, seeing as we're aggressively doing stuff. Just so that it has a spatiality to it. I'm going to let a little more lows in. We went upstairs. I can do that again, by the way. Let's do that again. Also, you don't need to be pandas hard. Actually, do I have a handy auto pan? Totally use a handy auto pan. But this ain't it. Yeah, looking like I don't have an auto pan. Does Reaper have an auto pan? So I'm going to scoot upstairs for just a moment. Join me. Okay. So I ought to have things more mid-rangey. In particular, I have added some compression and stuff. It's got a kind of neat 90s acid house sound to it. Seems legit. It's definitely a loud spotlit sound at this stage. My Zox bass is no longer sounding like a bass anymore. I hear it, but it's very compressed. Which, I mean, it is. I just did that to it. Okay. I maybe gone a little too far in the direction. And I've certainly taken away more bass than the bass needed to have taken away from it. I'm pretty happy with where the kick is sitting. Ooh, that noise could still be more aggressive. I'm happy with how much more mid-rangey that bass is. It's doing its low frequency horn thing pretty well. Here's the thing, since parametric goes outside the compression, if I add a little bit of bass to that Zox bass, using parametric, it'll fill in however much lows I want without really changing anything else. So that might be just the ticket. That noise needs to have more weight, more bass to it. And I think I can back off the mid-ranginess of the kick a little bit. High click, probably fine. Mid click, maybe a little bit less. Let's go and see what we can do about that. Hello. Bass. Interesting. And now that I'm doing this, what is meter telling me? Because I've been doing it all by ear, I'm not actually referring to meter. I can afford to have more highs on that, that's for sure. Oh, stab chord. Of which I've done very little. That's just about flat. I've apparently never touched stab chord once. Interesting. Frequency spikes start actually being useful. It's starting to fill up the space appropriately. What meter's telling me is that my loudest sounds are working fairly well, but it's still very sparse. Probably appropriately for this kind of thing. The amount of dynamics I have in this is just astronomical. There's a lot going on. My loudest percussive hits could go louder than this. Although there are places where I'm clearly clipping. So let's bring in. Here's console bus. I have just a tiny bit of overall compression. So if I was to make the whole thing be compressed, yeah, I dare say. Some of these things are clipping. Here we are on overall track. Combination of everything to top dB of 102 or so. So some of my peaks are hot here. The red means I'm clipping. You can't really get louder than that. The fact that I have blue spots right at the top there is a good sign. cool off the deep reverb on this guy. How about? Let's put it only into the plate. The grind, I think, is not sitting well with the ambient. Ambient works better with the sim lead. Intersample peaks shouldn't actually be that much of a concern. I mean, we're at 96K, so like, what is even between an intersample there? Also, we have discontinuity on the master bus. Let's pull this guy up here. We're cutting. That was cutting. So although I can't get much in the way of peaks happening here, it's just not making the kinds of sounds I can use with this. They are at least hitting up in the top range, and that's going to be a good sign, because there's not a lot I can do with all this. It's just not the kind of thing that works very well. It's actually targeting DD for a deep vibe seems appropriate. I feel like where these red dots are distributed, we could totally add a little more. So what I'm doing there is giving it a little bit more volume and also pulling back top dB a tiny bit. That's going to let the super highs poke through more. The main thing I have to work with on super highs is this hat. Which has just gone away. Go figure. Let's jump back to the beginning again. Actively using the Stonefire stuff as aggressively as I am definitely makes it kind of crunchy. Actually, we have so few of that Rhodes. Let's set it somewhere else. There. Since it is so loud, let's see what happens when we have top dB a little higher. Yeah, that feels good. And can we have it be louder? Yeah, that works. Because we had stab chord over on the other side. And then we pretty consistently, see, this is a little bit like your classic, when the Beatles do actually good music, you've got loads of high frequency or high amplitude peaks. This is a good example. Although I just accidentally arrived at it, I guess. But even though this is very, very, very sparse, I've still got fairly constant conjunctions of bass and treble contributing to this result. So I am guardedly happy with this. Like, I'm grudgingly happy with this. I feel like this might just work. When we shift into this section, we could absolutely have our nonsense be a little bit louder and get away with it. But yeah, see the blue spots right up at the top is arguably what I would like to see happening. And although I'm having a hard time making lots of the blue spots, they're pretty evenly distributed, and I've got plenty of them happening right up top like this. That's what I'm shooting for. It is my hope that doing that is going to make it end up coming across as like, oh yeah, this is fine. Oh no, the final mix is going to clip. Absolutely. The point being, see what I've got here? Like the blue spot there? If I clipped that, that would be bad. But the little spot here, there, or these spots here, I could clip these and it would be fine. You can barely see them. When they're intense blue spots, those are spots that are actually doing a good job. I've already got a lot out of it, it has. Also, there is nowhere that I can dial up like 10K. I will tell you, however, if you add 10K to the hats, these black lines will come through much more. I can probably afford to have a little more though. Let's see, here's hat. Oh wait, the hat's just stopped. Let's put the hats back again. So I'm actually boosting fairly low on hats. Treble frequency is not very high. We can make it do this. Specifically keeping it there so that the treble boost that I have going on is sort of broadening the attack of the hat. I don't want the hat to just be a high frequency hiss noise that's happening rhythmically. I want a bit of an edge, a bit of a hit on it. And that's what I'm shooting for. I'd like it to be able to fill up all of this stuff, even with the very, very low volume. But most importantly, it needs to keep making the loud noises right up at the top. That's the formula, that's what I'm shooting for with that. Ooh, also, I can boost the hats a little bit like this. Low pass is going to some extent determine how far these can poke out. Right now I've got them pretty attenuated. Ooh, let's do something with stab cord. Stab cord just went away. Let's find a place to put it back. We're doing so little with stab cord. Let's go and find where it lives and loop it. Where does it live? Hang on. Having a little trouble with it. Hello, stab cord, where you live? I hear it. Okay. Back you come. Back you come. Hear it? Over on the side there? We're going to do top dB in such a way that stab cord thinks it's a quiet sound, but close to you. And then we're going to start tweaking it. We've already got a bunch of air added. But we can also add treble. It's going to come right back. So what feels good for that guy, I wonder? So we can kind of see what it's doing on the red dots here. I'm also listening for hiss a bit. So if we were gating it, gate sustain, gate release, and cut back the threshold some. Now we have it gated. And again, the parametric is parallel to everything. So pushing it up a little bit too far feels too edgy. That feels a little better. And we definitely have room for it to be loud as it is, if not a bit louder. Now let's stop looping this because it's making me crazy. Also, do we want it that hard panned? I wonder. I'm not convinced that that's how I want it. Robert Kennedy has furnished me with a video. I will be able to return to the color thingy. With a bit of luck, I'll have more luck with it in future. Into the center a little bit more. And let me see, what can we do with this, I wonder. That we seem to be doing a slightly better job of having the attack of that bass sort of projecting outwards beyond the rest of the sound. Like the little thump there is the attack of the aux box. It's just being compressed. That's why it's doing that. So we can exaggerate that by having more ratio, which is already quite a lot. And we can pull it back by having less ratio. Like if we want the bass to be more present rather than just sort of projecting its attack outwards, ratio be less. That bass is like my loud sound. That's probably the sound that's clipping. Unknown? I don't know. stab port is all airband. Which I think is appropriate. So here's the thing, is our punchy, sparky bass poking out too much? What we see here is instance where it is as loud as it can conceivably possibly ever go. Is that getting in the way of having more of these blue dots up at the top? Because that's the concern. Might be pushing the loudness too much. Yeah, we had a lot of distortion back there. I think we gotta address that. One way we can address it is to speed up the attack, interestingly. This is interesting. So what we've got going on here is a failure to communicate. We've got that bass good and loud, but it is arguably too loud if it is constantly clipping. The question is it that bass that's constantly clipping? Also, do I now have all this other stuff too loud? I'm cleaning up the hat. We're going to pretend that the hat is a lot quieter. Do I bring an attack and add gainer back up in the attack and ease off in RMS? I don't know. Running here too, basically. So if we were not doing, the threshold is playing a role here. tricky to manage. Also, interestingly, bus is where we can do things like this. So there's where you'd automate things if you wanted. Maybe I've just got too much lows flying around. What if I just have too much lows on this aux base and the kick? Well, one thing we can do about that, let's loop this section. Here's as loud as we're going to have it. That way really made it jump up. And that kick has a lot of lows on it. At all. Up to and including the head. This is all well and good, but can we make it stop clipping as hard as this by taking one of the instruments out? that Zox base is carrying a lot of the load for clipping things. Kick doesn't even have that much going on, which can be fixed. Mr. Zoxbox back in, because that's really strong. So let's take that and pull it back. I see we're not doing anything with the low mids. And I remember being mentioned earlier, build up at 600, 700 hertz on keys and bass, Unknown said. So what if we notch the hell out of the bass? Okay, that's a massive notch, and that's doing the job. We could narrow it. And then find I'm liking the heavy blue spots we're getting up here. That seems like a good sign. And then we're just going to make it the broadest possible and back it off a little bit. That's what we're shooting for. Is to get this type of sound, but Unknown? I don't know. As I continue to lower threshold, that's another way of controlling the bass. However, what's happening, what I can see here is that only my lowest frequencies are hitting resonance. I would like some of this mid-range stuff to also be resonant. Various things here and try to dial in that bass in such a way that it is loud but is clipping and distorting. In this section where it's supposed to be as loud as it can get. Add a little clarity from treble boost of all things. I don't have a brick wall emitter in here. Also, I remind you, the bass sounds like this. So that's the weird part, is we don't actually have that much bass. See how interesting it all is? It's like once everything gets going, you'd be surprised as to what is happening and what is loud and where. That's the whole trick here. It's doing fairly well balance-wise down here. It's just all very weird and deceptive once it gets to these levels. All of my other background stuff, which is filling it up and preventing it from being just super empty. Like, let's add maybe some of my sound is because I ironically have the hat quite strong and loud. Fairly aggressively using Stonefire to do that part. So one of the things that would cause that to happen is if the bass, which is the stone section, is releasing a little slower. Attacking a little faster. Threshold a little lower. And then range is the crossover between these things, so this might do an enormous amount. Back over to the kick. I wonder. Now that's some low kick. Very interesting, your thought. I mean, drum and bass producer, definitely going to be interested in your thoughts on the bass. And look at what it says. Look at what it shows in the meter. All of a sudden we have big blue spots where the kick goes. That seems like a positive thing, so I think you were right. I think you were right. I've got a bit of a gap in here, but that's probably fine. Also, I like the fact that I have blue spots all the way down here. This is, of course, 20 Hertz. So you technically shouldn't be able to hear anything below here at all, although I would love to see big blue spots underneath 20 Hertz. That would be hilarious. And kind of cool. But that's probably not what we're about. I'm just trying to move them down a little bit. I'm not sure if that's succeeding. And that change just made them kind of go away a bit, so let's put it back. Yeah, there is it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. I can't go and have coffee now. Appreciate the thought, though. Okay, if we do this, we start seeing louder bass, but it's not ideal. And if I do this, it kind of goes away again. Okay. I feel like that's getting into the zone. Why can I not click that? Please let me click that. Be a sport and let me click that. Stab chord doesn't need to be this loud. Or this trebly. See, there's an issue with having it all sit on. Having the kick be that low means that we have very little going on until the kick enters, and that's a bit of a concern. We're probably fine. The highs are at least balanced out fairly well. We can see those are gray spikes rather than black spikes. That means it's balancing fairly well with the loudness of everything else. And we're also not clipping all over the place, so that's cool. Ooh. See up here, when the kick entered, we had an enormous spot. This is a good sign. I like this a lot. Because we want our hottest peaks to be making giant blue spots, like literally right up at the top. And it appears to be doing it. It just might be nice to have them happening a little bit more often. But we're now in that zone for having it be a drum and bass track. This is what a lot of your drum and bass tracks do, is just energy down instead, I could probably dial it back half a hair. Because I feel like having the dots be too big is unbalanced again. Also, let's quick shut off that looper. So I wonder if when it starts up again, I just have too much highs. In particular, what about stab chord here? That was too loud and it was getting in the way. Where all the spikes down here are aggressive. The spikes mean that the brightness is too hot. And here's our weird little section. Okay, our high frequency balance is a little better. Tell you what, the long slow fade out of the kick and then the slow re-entry of the kick, I think I have that too exaggerated now that we're getting actual use out of the kick again. And I can plainly see how loud the kick is becoming. So as much as we're not getting a line that goes up to be like AA or whatever, it is still saturating and distorting too much towards the end and losing energy, which is not something that I'm liking. So I tell you what, let's turn this off for a moment and go reevaluate this middle section where we have this slow fade out and in. Because now the kick is doing a more useful thing. And yeah, I could take it down a little bit, I think. So firstly, we could have the kick start leaving once the hat goes away. Or just straight up have it stop with the hat, which would look kind of like this. There, now the kick and hat stop together, but it's at full volume up to the point where it does. Okay, that's neat. And we've also got stab chord in here. So we could keep that going. We could go on, we could keep it going all the way through this section even if we want. We could also do a long, slow fade on that overlaps some of this other stuff. Go away, you. He says, immediately flinging the window into his path. Let me put that out of the way for a second. So if we have this fade slowly out like this. Hey, Game Boise. Except for I'm not sure if I want this dab noise to still be there. I am not at all sure about that. It is loud and it is distracting from my spacey air of funkiness. If we take it right back away again, and instead of fading out the kick and stuff, let's fade that out instead. Want to just have the kick enter abruptly? At a certain point, not sure quite where. So what would be a good point for that to come back? Goes quieter. It starts getting louder just then. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll work. I am sure there is rumble, but there's supposed to be rumble on rubbery bass because it's not supposed to be all mid-range. In particular, that spot is where the FM kicks in. So here's the spot. Everything is actually still playing now, but we're soloing it. So here's where you would say rumble on rubbery bass. And here's how loud it is. So we would kind of like this to be registering with the old appropriately colored dots, but I'm not sure if it's going to do it though. So if I take all of the rumble out of rubbery bass, we get this using the high pass, which is the distributed high pass across all of ConsoleX channel, but I don't think I want that. But as far as the rumble, lives there. Weird how uncompressed it is. Let's just see if we can figure out what's going on. Oh, we're cutting so much low mid. Look at that. It is his aux box, and kinda, yeah, that's kinda what it's doing. Let's hear how that fits with everything else. So a bit of a playthrough for what we've got so far. Let's see how this thing acts. I'm also a little skeptical as to whether maybe I should be taking away the dynamic stuff that I have going on in the master track. Because the master track is not perfectly centered. I can do this. Stuff in the master track anymore, which might be a good idea. So the master track is now neutral. You don't understand Game Boise. Okay, we are definitely in drum and bass territory, what with the amount of bass going on in the kick. Except for it's not actually drum and bass because it's not a half-step pattern. So, never mind. But it's EDM category. No, it's fine. Hey, I mean, I like that music. It's interesting to be producing it in this way. The balancing is definitely a bit of a bear. Maybe if I adjust this firstly. It's looking better now. I would like all of those to be blue rather than black. Do you think we're going in that direction? And this is clearly an uber quiet section. But I'm wondering whether I can just work with Stonefire a lot differently. Oh, and now we are looping. Sorry about that. We are looping, which we should not be. There we go. On the zero cross meter is that we have little tiny dots going way up there. Arguably too much. Like, we shouldn't really have anything going up to this line. That means things are brighter than they should be. For that reason, I'm pulling the hat back a bit. Stab chord back here too. We're letting everything go darker because see up here, we've got a lot of information up here, but it doesn't necessarily need to go all the way up to this top line. That is arguably too much. And yeah, organ could very well be too loud. Now here's the thing I was wondering. I could clean that up by just not letting Stonefire have it. Everything else is basically the same, but I have now disabled Stonefire for this one. Let's restart that. Hang on, let's just solo you for a moment. So that's a little cleaner. Let's go back to not compressing it. Ooh, here's where we start getting loud. See, I'm pretty sure that's why I had it compressed in the first place. So let's go back to that place. Here's where it gets loud. Okay. We can make this work. Do it all with the fire band, do it all as one band. What am I going to get if I have a really fast release? Okay, so I like the little blue spots there. I'm cleaning it up a bit. We'll let it have a little bit of high frequencies as a treat. And here's also where we're ducking the low mids really hard. So here's the first we hear of it, so we probably want it to sound nice while it's doing its thing. I've got a little bass boost on there. If I didn't, it would have this. Yeah, it was doing a nice thing. Okay, I'm liking that a little better. Kind of trying to listen to where the edges poke out. And this is me having taken all the bass out. One thing I could do is pull in. Yeah, I mean, it says Auxbox. It is an analog. It's an analog acid synth. It's not a literal 303, but it's about as close as they come. So could I pull bass out this way? We are compressing again, so as we continue to work on this, what do we get if we continue to pull the threshold of the compressor down? Ultra compressed, which we could boost to compensate around that. So this is some very, very aggressive compression indeed. So I want to hear what happens to this guy when it does this. And it looks like I'm still getting those peaks. We have compressed so hard that we have nothing left. Starting with this. And we can also use ratio. I do like sort of the aggressive thump that this is producing. Although I don't really need it because we do have a kick that furnishes that. But you can also see what it's doing down here in the zero cross meter. Remember that I would like to see these things be showing up in blue, because that indicates that the high frequencies are balancing with the peaks, and we're throwing peaks quite aggressively. Well, that did nothing at all. Some of the popping it's creating is below 20 hertz, and that's no good. Tricky. This is tricky. All kinds of wackiness. So if we put this back in, now we get these big thumps. That's probably going to help with me being able to restrain the whole track. See, we got the high pass. It doesn't take much to stop those subsonic thumps from happening. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that, Game Boy. And there is where it went loud. So part of what's happening here is that we are getting these low thumps coming through. Okay, now we have a control. Threshold is giving me either the pops or the ability to have loud notes, but the high pass is stopping them from being subsonic. Good, 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 good. We're getting somewhere. So as I bring the threshold down, I should be able to control the size of these mid-range thumps and have them sit in the appropriate place. And here is where I think it might be a good idea to bring in the rest of the mix. Here we've got threshold. This is going to determine how loud these mid-rangey bass noises are, and they're capable of going as loud as they can. And yeah, chord, I can pull that back a little. Those are bassy notes that are actually fitting pretty well. The way this works, if this is balancing with the rest of the instruments, we can see blue spots showing up when the bass is doing loud things. Or indeed when the kick comes in, as it just did. Well, I'll give it a try. Let's give it a try. First, let's bring it back. That organ is mostly on plate verb, so we'll give it more than a few extra bits of plate verb and a little of the other one. We're at Let's adjust our plate a bit. Oh, this is coming together. See what's happening in the middle here? The slew area? We've just got more energy coming through. It's typically going as bright as it can, but not much brighter. Our lows are very intense, but we don't have that many clips here. To the point where we can probably add a little tiny bit more of we can give a little more of those X. And we have our continuing kick, which is doing pretty well, but what I'm really liking is that once everything comes in, it all kind of goes over into the, you see where the blue area shows up and it's all through here? When you solo things, you can take away that balance. Like if you have a high frequency shimmer going on and it is just enough, ooh, you think the delay lines need to be cleaned up? How come? Maybe we need to do something more here. Here's our plate return. As it should be. You have a Zox box, you learn how to use it. So, quick question. Here's my thought on this. When the kick comes in, it is not coming in at a blue color, and part of the reason for that is that we do not have the hats coming in with it. Figure it's worth changing the arranging of it so that when this stuff comes in, the hat comes in with the kick, maybe making it show up in blue rather than this black indicates that we have all lows and we don't have highs to balance them. Let's see what would happen if we did do that thing. So here's where that comes back. Or maybe even earlier than that. Want to try maybe having it go rather quickly back to a really dry, because right now none of that stuff has a reverb. So we can do a textural thing where that's filling up reverb space. We could bring the kick in and the hat in here, or thereabouts. If we do that, don't mind this. What do we got here? One, two, three, four. Okay, I think that works. I just have to tighten it up a little bit. So, clearly the correct kick hit. But maybe the kick hits first and then the hi-hat sting hits. Or I can simply double it. Want to enter with a double hi-hat sting? As long as we're doing stuff, you know. That's actually not bad, though. It could be a double sting, though. You figure? Or I could pretend that it's a reverse hi-hat sting. That could be fun. Like what I'm talking about basically is just this. And that was not the right thing to do. So let me undo that. There we go. That's what we are doing. And this no longer matters. So where would be good for that hat to hit? I'm thinking after the kick hits. The kick should hit first. And then the hat hits just a moment later because this is a free action. See that kick hits first, then the Zox, then the hat, which I think is going to be like sounding like real drums and stuff. No, let's decay it even more. Even more. As that kick drops down to the lowest point, that's when the hat hits. And then we're going to want to manipulate it a little bit more. So maybe not quite that slow, but let's soften the attack and the release. See? Fades on both of them. That's a nice way for it to come back in. I think that'll work. Yeah. Oh, it's all about having the grid off, believe me. So, let's see. So, Unknown was suggesting pulling the kick back a hair. Let's have a look at what meter looks like on this, and then because there's a couple of ways we can do that. And one of them is just pulling back some of the super lows. I'm liking the balance of this better, even though it is no longer as much like drum and bass style as bass as loud as possible. See, it's no longer the biggest spots down here, but I think they have gone bluer. When you say delay lines, you're probably talking about syn lead, yeah? Like you're probably talking about here. That would mean it's feeding ambient harder. The delay long on nice. So rather than notch, you realize I'm boosting that. So we're boosting that to this amount. This is how much boosting we're adding. If we don't boost it, we have this. If we do boost it, we have this. Or maybe it's more like we're notching it. Hang on. So here's our return. Maybe we could do it like without this notch, with this notch. So if we broaden the notch, pull it back just a hair. A little more top dB will also mellow it. And a little less air. So here we are again. Back to the syn lead itself, which is feeding it. We'll probably also have more boosts here too. There we go, high mid. That's what's doing it, high mid. Tell you what. Pull the frequency down just the tiniest bit. Also, the amount of top dB I had on there might have been contributing to it. So how's this? Also, remembering we can still play games with the delay. Let's detune it more. There we go. always ideal because here's the thing. Here is the actual secret behind this, which is not to say that I'm the expert in having the secret work for me. But all the same, this is the secret behind this. Isolating stuff and making it balance is not the optimum. The best for getting like hit record bass sounds is having it be the merger of the bass and the kick. The best for getting loud hit record sounds is to have that be the merger of something and something else. So if I have this coming in, and I mentioned I wanted this to not be completely black as it entered, which it kind of still a little bit is, but it's in the zone, right? The reason it's able to do that is because we have high frequency sounds also happening at the same time that we have that really bassy stuff going on. Good, I'm glad that the organ is much better now. It's meant to be pretty aggressive, mind you, but not to the point where it gets in the way. Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of there to do that, but not to take it too far. Oh, see that? See here? As it comes in, blue spots. That's what I was hoping to see, because the cymbals are entering with the kick, and the balance of those two things is what causes it. Any thoughts as to whether the sustaining syn lead delays are going more out of pitch than they should be? Because I've got them going very strongly out of pitch now. I upped the detune a little bit. Yeah, I think it helped. I think it worked. And yeah, my take on this is if I can get this working even with this much space between the loud bits up top and the RMS level, which is like 6 to 12, 18, 24, like 30 dB down is what the body of this sound is. The delays could go down a little bit, you think? I don't know, though. That's the kind of where everything is starting with. The delays are filling in most of the space. Without it, it is completely stark raving empty. So I'm not at all sure. I have a feeling I need them to be there. There needs to be loud parts, and I can't make the loud parts only out of like the bass and the kick and the hats are such a delicate balance at this stage. Let's bounce ahead to the delay sections and let's hear how that balance is compared to what we've got now. I also just boosted the delay, so there's the thought. I just made the delays actually louder. I did make them more detuned, so how's that? 4 dB would be kind of like this. Can't do that. So to bounce back to, we are actually already high passing quite a bit. So here's those delays coming in again. So we were at this. So to take the delays down relative to the syn lead, more like this. I'm finding out. I'm seeing. So there's this in lead. And here's this in lead going into delays as it starts to get hard left and right. Because it goes very much over to a purely left and right thing. Which is part of what makes it super wide. But yeah, we don't need the delay returns here to get that effect. The dry is doing it. Good to hear it. We're certainly working at it. We're not short of working at it. Let's skip ahead to more in the way of, like, are our delays still doing the job of filling in the space around this spacey section? Ooh, I skipped ahead. Okay, enjoying that a lot. That's most enjoyable. You kind of swoop down and then poof, came in. And then at our full loudness, we are starting to get this stuff going on. That's the hope. Ooh, look at you. What are you doing? Clicking on the wrong part. There we go. Okay. Now see what we've got here? I'm shooting for something kind of like this, where this top 6 dB needs to continue to be full of sound. It's okay to have the occasional clips like this. I think that's fine. But we need to have these peaks in here, even though this is not like a rock mix. It's not easy to make that happen with such an unusual thing. I would like the spikes down here of excess brightness to not be poking up beyond the general body of it, and I'm going to exempt the spikes that are RMS volume on the kick drum and think in terms of just the body of things. I want the spikes not to be poking out past the body of sort of this green cloud, which is most of the sound. And in moments like this, we see there's a scattering of blue in with the green, meaning that we have the balances of things working even on that, which I would prefer, rather than having the background be nothing. This is part of the reason why I had the syn lead so aggressive in the mid-range, is I was trying to make the mid-range like light up the background sound a little bit, which is what's happening here. Is it's not purely just a bed of green. We have little sparks of blue in there as well, little sparks of red. And then down here, clearly the low frequencies are allowed. bigness of the dot is how loud it is. But I see that there is also, like, the very top of it is tiny small dots, and I think that's correct. But they're not too bright as they go up here, except for the occasional moment. And then the upper mid-range getting close to 200 hertz, like if it was all very large dots around the 200 hertz, that'd be more of a retro sound. Oh, well, I mean, I've invented this to do this kind of job for myself. So it's like, yeah, I had better be able to do a masterclass and using it and making it work, because it's for exactly this purpose that I'm using it for. I think we might actually be onto something for being able to, we'll run it one final time just to hear what we've got. Oh, I know what I should do. Here, check this out. Never mind meter, I'll leave it playing and all, but you realize we can do a real live mix check as well as to get everything working right on meter mix check. And you know what I mean by that? Firstly, turn off the audio capture. And then switch over to this. Because this is what I would call a real mix check. Go to elsewhere in the room. Let's give it a roll. I'm actually going to turn it up a little bit too. Hi. Real mix check time. It sounds almost like the bass has its own kick drum built into it. That's the compression. It's working out pretty well. I wonder whether I could make that bass click hit a tiny bit lower. But I'm not sure if I should. That was okay. Or no, actually not yet. Still building. Oh God. Oh no. You hear that? That's freaking loud. Maybe that amount of bass is more bass than we really need. Boy, that gets boisterous. Yeah, presumably you hear what I'm hearing. This is why a real mix track is useful. I would like to dial back the sheer humongousness of that just a hair. If I can do it in a way where the color of it doesn't just lose what I'm trying to get. And I would like to bring the compression attack of that bass just a little bit lower. And you can hear the massive difference between the two, which is a trick that one can do. You can do that by, making your bass only be mid-range. And it's dialed in pretty good. I'm not sure. I like how I can still hear the hat over it though. Let's go play with it. Exactly. This is why you might ramble on about bringing the kick level down, is you have a hint that this is what's happening to it. Let's pull that amplitude back a little bit. Turn the DI back on so we can run it through the thingy. And let's throw in a little loop area. And let's go in and tweak those things just a bit and then go back and refer to it again where we were listening to it before. So here we are. So again, attack speed controls how low that bass hits. Let's actually go right back to where attack speed controls how low that bass hits. The threshold is controlling bits of it too. We can keep those together, but we're not using stone. Also, high pass has its effect too. We've got a high pass in there that's quite strong. Yeah, let's run this. If we run this, we can see what's happening to the extreme lows. And then if we shut that all the way off, it starts making really low frequency noises, or at least makes the sounds a lot louder. We can see it by the larger size of dots. Rein it in a little bit. Good. That's what I'm hoping to be able to demonstrate for people too, is to be able to these are the secret tricks of doing this stuff. And now we are listening to all of the above. And here we have the kick, and we can see what that kick is doing. If we lower that frequency, we might be able to take out some of the resonant quality. The question is that going to actually work? We are at 0.18999. Just a little bit. Interesting. Now we're getting weird clusters of stuff happening. We could also tighten up the resonance. I feel like I have pulled back the level quite a bit though. We do have some click on the kick, but we can add a little bit more. Here's click and here's clack. And then the low mid is pulling out a certain level of thump. Maybe we could do with adding a little of that. We get a kind of cloud rather than a simple line out of even the lows. this. And if I can get that to seem like it's working, I will go back upstairs again and we will show you what it sounds like in corridor vision. See the little cloud? Still a little more. Drop it a little more. I dropped it too much. It's going to loop back into that area again. I think cloud is a good indicator, yeah. See, we have a spot that is higher up than the previous ones were. Rather than just being a repeating line, also notice we have stuff happening visibly up here as a result of that. Like we're filling in the area in an interesting way. Our peaks are higher than 12 dB down, which is probably a good sign. I don't know whether we could really effectively make it be even louder than that. Here we go back into the busy section. Well, one thing we can see about this is we are not clipping. We have a little room. We have enough room to turn both of these things up a tiny bit. So we'll turn you up a tiny bit. And we'll turn the bass up a tiny bit. And let's continue to do that until we're using up our full range. Also, I feel like I can do things with top dB here. I think that reshaped the feel of it a little bit. So I am bringing it, oh dude, the hat is in the middle. However, you know that we have room to darken a tiny bit, and cream coat is probably what's causing that sensation. So rather than low pass and sides, we will low pass ambient reverb return a tiny bit more than it was. That ought to do it. And let's have a quick gander at what these frequencies are doing down here in the meter. Here's what we're looking at. But remember, they're meant to sound a little harsh. I'll pull the frequency of the boost down just a bit. Strong presence peaks on that ambience. And then I know that size of these dots is actually quite large. So what I'm going to do is pull that bass down just the tiniest amount. And pull the frequency down too. Now what we've got sitting in here, also look at where these clouds are at. I think this is a good sign. I don't want to make it that much less harsh because it's making a little cloud of blue dots in the middle of everything else, and that's a good sign. But where these things cross over, we now have it covering a much wider range. Oh, one more thing. Do I still have gating on the kick? Oh, well, we're on the kick, so let's have a look. Probably that would be low mid. And low mid is what we were cutting a lot before, so we can cut it just a little bit. I was trying to bring this area up, and I think I successfully did it, but maybe you're right that it is more than it needed. And then, let's see, the speed of the gate, because that's going to help control the extreme lows that were rumbling the entire house when I was in corridor mode. So if I'm not mistaken, we do indeed have gates. We actually have a lot going on in this kick. The kick by itself is this. So we've done many things to the kick. But here is one of them. We have stone fire, and the fire and stone are at different release times. So release and sustain have separate purposes. Yeah, I know. If I bypass it, it goes crazy. So what we can do is enhance the sustain of the kick, but then I cut back the sustain of the stone section, and that will give it a little more of a decay. And that's going to tighten up the extreme lows. And we can use stone gate sustain as like our deep lows tightener, which I think is what it is successfully doing. There's no snare at all in this. Yeah, this entire track has no snare at all. If it has taken you this long to notice it, I must be doing something right. Having done this stuff, and with a further tweak on the low mids, let us stop it perpetually looping, and let's run back up for the stairway test again at the same setting that we had before. So I should have the bass hitting a little bit lower here, and the humongous kick that comes in should still be humongous, but maybe not as rumbly. We'll find out. It is actually not a lower attack, but it's avoiding the slight MIDI boxiness it had before, which might be okay. Kick should be coming in pretty soon now, I think. Oh, not quite yet. That is fairly loud, actually. Okay, I'm liking that better. Hear what I mean? It's still shaking the house, but it's kind of less boomy. There's a swing to it. Almost to the point where it makes you want to headbang. Rather than being just like rumbly and stuff. Rather than just being thunder. It's like wham, wham, wham. And the corridor check, as we are doing. I'm going to see whether I can change the light and have the light not be completely yellow. It is soothing to the eye though. So to the point where I go up here, it's more. I can also change the color temperature. I'm also liking the aggressiveness of that bass from up here. It's definitely hitting very hard in the mid-range with a lot of attack, and that balances the bass pretty well. Yeah, good sign if it's making me bob my head. Also notice from up here, the brightness of all of that delay stuff. It's not as abrasive now. I like the entry of those drums. Whack, whack. Yeah, so corridor listen. The timeliness and aggression of the kick and the beat seems good. But that bass is coming in with what seems to me to be a good level of just kind of rip and mid-range. And I can hear the hats. I can hear high frequency stuff even though I'm quite far away from it. This is like the speakers are facing the stairwell leading to this corridor. So the high frequencies can bounce into here if they're balanced correctly. I think that works. I think that's as good as we're going to get. sample that if you like. Yep, that's the hope. We would like this all to groove like the earth coming down. And it's time to bounce it and see what we got. Like dialing it in front of the speakers is all well and good. Doing the check for the corridor sound is also very key. From the top, well, from the render the file. We'll do a playthrough from the rendered file. Let's spit it out as a, oh God, what are you doing? Why do you say this? You're not doing a 96 44.1K? It better not be. Those options are incorrect. Stereo, full speed offline. I'm not sure why it would have changed that. It's worrisome. Because this should be the native sample rate. You're officially at a mini beat block. What's a mini beat block? Let's save those settings and off we go. You got a few things to try out. Sounds good. Let's do it to the time selection. And let's see what we got. Well, that seems funny. What on earth is the matter with it? Oh dear, something's wrong. Yeah, maybe let's cancel this because that can't be right. Master mix time selection. Well, is it's trying to include this. That's what. Alrighty then. So I begin to see what's going wrong here. Let me close this for a moment. See, it's trying to include these. We don't want that. Or technically what we can do is, come on you. Get out of the way. Out of the way. We can at least bring these over here, even though we're not going to want to actually use them. And then if it gets confused, it's at least doing a manageable size. And let's see whether we can't make it do this time selection instead. Please to be doing time selection this big to about a little less than 5 minutes. Because I'm going to want the reverb tail to still be there. Willing to give it a try. Let's find out. And render, do you give me the option for a, see, it's the time bounds, it's claiming it's 30 minutes. That's no good. I don't want that. How about selected regions? Now it doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, custom time range, source master mix. Okay, here is where I can get the loops. Buh. Buh. Boo. What's our time selection? It's not giving me a useful time selection. Okay, so maybe render to file is not actually going to help me here. Where are we and what do we think we're doing? I've selected a time selection. We cannot have grouping enabled. I can toggle looping on and off. I don't think it's going to give me a chance to... Fair, man. Ableton wins. That's cool. I'll buy that. So, let's see. Well, one thing I could do is just select everything. How's about that? Boop. We'll just select everything and see what it makes of that stuff. See you later, beans, beef, broccoli. Getting very close to the end of the day. Render. Okay, so now what options have we got? Presets. Oh, that's not useful. Custom time range. Well, shucks, I could just manually tell it what to do. Rather than 30 minutes. I'm just trying to see whether anything... Hi. So is that going to render it in chunks? Yikes. And we do not want to render selected tracks or it'll send everything out as its own stem, which is the last thing I want. How about master mix? How about the source be just straight up the master mix? That's clearly what I want. Oh, I'm sure I can enter values. I'm just trying to see whether there's any way to make it be respecting the values I want it to respect. Let's just remove that selection. Remove that too. As the window springs its way into my path. And since there are no selected regions, we go to a custom time range. Oh, now it's going to let me. See, as soon as I selected anything, it started talking complete nonsense. 0 and length. How about that would be 520 and that would be 550. So how about 530? That ought to work nicely, right? And now we've got the correct sample rate and all of the stuff. We'll save that settings and let's render the file and see if it makes any sense. Maybe. I don't know. Not really worried about it. I just want to make it do its job. Let's overwrite that because that was nonsense. And this is looking much more like what we want. See, this is the speed I expect to see it moving when it's going multiple times real time. And our integrated LUFS is like right down around minus 18, but LUFS is 14.9. And here's our end bit. True peak, minus 0.3, which is appropriate. That's partly because we have clip only 2 on there, and clip only 2 will resist having true peaks. And LRA, I'm not sure what that even means. Let's have a look at stats charts. So here's what we just made. So that's interesting. The green area is the available loudness, and repeatedly, as we go into our louder bits, LUFS-M gets aggressive. There's a clipper. My stereo bus currently, you can kind of see it in the background here. It's like over in this region. ConsoleX bus, and then there's meter, and then there's clip only 2, and then there's monitoring 3. That's what's on the bus at the moment. So what we've got is some nice little boosts where LUFS jumps right up to a maximum of minus 1196 at its loudest possible moment, when everything is going on. Here's where our peaks continue to be pretty loud, but the integrated LUFS still remains pretty low. I don't remember what LRA means. Probably worth looking it up. Loudness range, okay. The lower the number, the less dynamics. Rock and EDM 5 to 6. Got 6.2. Classical music, dollar rate of 9 or more. Hip hop 5 or less. Okay, that's nice. I guess LRA is the amount of variation you have among all of these things, which is legit. I mean, that's on purpose that we're doing that. And although we are not actually brickwalling it, there are entire sections where it consistently goes pretty loud. So let's close this and have a look at the file that we just made. If we can find it, there we go. I'm also going to need to come up with a name, because that is not the name. Oh, look at my user plugins folder, still open. And here we are. Topping and tailing it a bit. And here's our very end. I don't think I need to have it be an infinite sustain, so what I'll do is I'll just do a quick little fade off at the end of that. There's our fade. And SWB audio capture has been shut off. Yeah, I think that's what it ended up being. So here's our end result. This is the loudest bit, and it's mostly the kick hitting this point repeatedly. Here's what our waveform looks like with our hats and our highs there. And then there's our kick, and it is flat bottoming, but it's not flat topping. A little bit asymmetrical. It appears that we are like hitting our peak a couple of times in the onset of that waveform. Goes like this. So it's the combination of kick and synth, clearly. Or maybe that's just maybe that's before the kick comes in. Interesting, interesting. So it looks like what we've got is big old peaks when that synth. No, it's not that the DC offset is fucked, it's just that it's an asymmetrical waveform. Like that. This is this Auxbox's neat waveform. It's not a symmetrical waveform, it's a weird little synth. So you get something like that. That is what it does when I did what I did and mixed to it. Nice little thump, nice little twunk. And again, there is, let's see, make it bigger. It's like a pluck. It's like that's what that synthesizer is doing, is it's doing a pluck thing. And it is the loudest part of the song when it's happening. And it's a combination of all the filtering I was doing and the raw Auxbox making this sound. You'll notice that at this point, as it hits, we are like neatly playing those hi-hat sounds on top of it without actually clipping it off. Most of the time, that's what it'll do. But then as we get into our deep bass stuff, here's where our bass stuff lives. So here's one of the bass notes. So that's where our kick drum lives. And it could have been made slightly larger, but it balances with everything else. Remember, we went up to the corridor listen spot in order to check that stuff out. And when you go up to the loudest possible spot, see, these vary a little bit too. Oop. We should expand that to make a cycle. And there's our low frequency thump as it goes down into the subterranean. And we've still got a similar, we can kind of almost see the pluck in that waveform, but we have a composite waveform, which is the Auxbox and that kick, which has been rapidly sculpted. Tell you what, I will do that. I'm going to fool with it a little bit more And then I will put on meter, because I might as well, on the 2-track editor, and we'll play that. And here's part of our intermediate part. There's the aux box again. It's peaking up around 6 dB, even though it's all by itself with nothing else happening. And as it starts getting louder, it'll peak even hotter. In fact, it peaks right up to 0.4, but that's almost always asymmetrical. Part of that might be the discontinuity processing. You can see that we do have room for a vertical peak as well, but that's not happening constantly. That sound is this bit. And maybe this loudest sound is where the drums come in. Let's find out. Nope, it was already there. It was this sound. The little thump. So a lot of the peaks on this are just ways of making that bass poke out in a strong and strenuous way. And do its weird striking noises. Here's where it comes back. So that's a good re-entry sound. Looping it. It's not actually a good way of looping it. Maybe this would be a good way of looping it. Nope. I'm having difficulty looping this. That's okay. That's much easier. So that's what the thing we constructed was like. Now remember what I did on this beat when it comes in. Remember how I made it lead with the kick, and then the bass comes in a little bit after that, and then the hat comes in with a little crossfade a little bit after that. This is what it looks like in the wave editor. Is initially a kick, which turns into the bass note, which turns into the hat note. And then there is the sting that follows it. And here is where we have the kick. Notice that the kick is hitting in front of the hat. That's not by accident. I programmed the modular synthesizer to do that, rather than have the hat start before the onset of the kick. This is pretty much exactly how I intended for it to be going. Is that the onset of the kick needs to hit first, and then the hat comes in. Same with things like snares. And this is a nice little kick shape, by the way. I'm happy with that kick shape, even though it was honestly just fiddling with things endlessly to get it to do this. But look at that. It's not even a sine wave. Instead, it drops down to a lower frequency, but it has all kinds of color and character and shape to it. It's like little mountains and stuff. Mountains of decreasing steepness. Because that's like a microcosm of that, of that. And they're never quite the same either, which also helps. That is part of what we got out of continuing to fiddle with it until, instead of being a neat line of low frequency things on meter, it was a little bass cloud. That's what we got in order to get this happening. And you can see how unusual and irregular it is. It's like never quite the same, and that's part of what you want out of stuff like this. And then when those bass notes come in, it starts to be able to clip on the very lowest points, and we start to get our little bass noises happening. And our little aux box is cranking away. If I set this to SWB audio capture, which I will do momentarily, we could play it from the top. Boop, off we go. I am pleased to hear it. And this is not a good time for me to make another cup of coffee. We ended up spending the entire day making this track, but I think it's worth it. This has actually become something that I would put on an album and be happy about. I am reasonably content with this, and that's pretty cool. Because it didn't start out that way, let me tell you. But for now, let me set that up, because it is 4:05, so this is the time for me to get my tacos like thawing out and ready to go. And that's a fine thing for me to be doing. And then I guess we'll just figure out what to do for the remainder of the day. Maybe set up another track in Reaper to do. But I've got the playback ready, so here's what we did today. Back in a moment. Alrighty. So this track is rated EA for even more chill, apparently. And I'm pretty happy with the distribution of the stuff that's going on. In particular, if you look at the way that it's registering on the meter, like areas like this, we have peak energy that's balancing out nicely with slew all over the place, even though the background is very, 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 very quiet. And the beats are nice and loud, but not to the point where they really get in the way. It is a EDM track. Straight up EDM track. As it should be. It's not going to be called catechnosm, and I'll tell you why. The reason it was called that is, as I was tracking it, I realized I was adding way too much. And more and more and more. Until I decided that it was like a cataclysm, which is not the intention of making a terrible techno-overwhelming noise thing. I wanted to do something that was more interesting, and I failed. But then editing it down and doing this stuff with it brought it back to life again. So now it is something else. It cannot be catechnosm. You can't actually see it, which is good, because you shouldn't be able to see it, because that's not its name. But it cannot actually be named catechnosm, because the idea of calling it a techno version of cataclysm was a response to what it sounded like when everything was blasting away altogether. Robert, I'm only getting the real control surface mid-July. Like, you're not necessarily going to meet with me to get the script working. I should be able to do it on my own, or at least figure something out, or we'll see. But you are not the only person responsible for getting something like that working, and I don't even have the real control surface yet, so no hurry there. So what would we be calling it instead? Let's think of something. I'm liking the idea of rubber being part of the name. We'll figure something out. Slightly surrealistic name. Let's call this track Rubber Thorn. It's kind of pointy. Well, the rubberiness of the bass feels like, and if I was to do a track called Mountain Air, it would probably be a lot more spacey. Also, Frank Zappa had a track on The Man from Utopia, I think, called Rubber Shirt. So I feel like Rubber Thorn is an amusing, we'll call it that. And then I will actually delete that one straight up, because I've got it on my desktop. Let's see whether I can actually rename the project file too. We'll find out. Seems to work. And then remove the backup, and presumably it will make itself a backup. It is a mighty rubber thorn, I may say. So boop, there we go. And rename it. And also let's save it as a flag, because I like having my things as flags. Save as. So it is now, I'm going to start, when I do stuff like that, I'm going to just date the project files. I'll just put a date in if I don't have a good, name for it. We will manufacture a name for it. Ta-da! And we'll stick it in stream audio in case it comes in handy. We have recently also remixed Cliff Diver. Airwindows signals. By the way, the Flaxen stuff, the Burial, South London Boroughs, Street Halo, and Burial, and Untrue, I bought those off of his Bandcamp. Likewise for the Andrew Huang, the Shinko Nakamura, the Tom and Roland. Cliff Diver is the most recent version. And copy it into here. And yeah, so that part's a wrap. Maybe the thing to do is to set up a next thing. Because we do have more settings up to do. Let's see, because we've got about 40 minutes or so to fool around with things. Maybe go and open up something else. Why don't we try the same trick again? Partly Cloudy and Puddle Jumper both made it onto my YouTube channel. But neither of them, I thought, were really that good. And they could do with remixing while I work up to the point of doing a proper remake of like Rise, Tadpole, For Never. Is it on YouTube's or something? Place to. So if I can get a hold of it, is there a place I can go and download it? That is not unthinkable. We could do something like that. Let's see. Not only can I do that, but I can also put it in Meter. Point me to it. SoundCloud? Okay. Is it downloadable off of SoundCloud? I never catch up with SoundCloud anymore. Point me to it. Where do I go? Search. You can link, or I can simply, yeah, let me download the thing, and let me go and find it. I need your SoundCloud ID, unless it is VNKNVVN. I could find out. Is that you? There's a bunch of Vinkavivins. Is that you? Perhaps it's not. Okay. Well, I thought I could type in your, maybe I can look for the underscores. Could there be underscores in this name too? Nope. Alrighty, direct me to where I can find you and it. Because I have thought before about, like, back in the day, I would sometimes be on Twitch or whatever. VNKN, VVN. Huh. Is that a link? No. I am not having any luck selecting out of the chat for that, so let's continue to look. VNKN, all caps. Looks to be still the same batch of things. So help me find whatever the SoundCloud is that you want me to find. Because that apparently wasn't you, or if it was, you have nothing posted. We'll get there. Or tell me words that might help. Assuming it is in fact SoundCloud that you were on. I don't see no links, man. I am, however, on top chat, so I wonder whether... tell me in words. Tell me in words in some kind of way, because if the ID, if this is not you... Okay, well, let's look for that then. Okay, that's presumably not you. That's not you. It's the name of somebody. It's a track. Let's search for tracks. Are any of these you? Is it Drummond? Well, no, that's an artist named Blossom. So that's the name of it, but what genre is it in? I can narrow it down by filtering by tag. Do you have it in drum and bass? Or something like that? See, here's the thing is you should be able to describe stuff in such a way that something like that could be found. It's tagged drum and bass, because the filter by tag isn't offering me that, but I can search that way. And what's the appropriate? Okay, now I can't find it. No, yes, I can. Ampersand. I should also search by, no, it's not going to let me do that, is it? I'm assuming it's something that you put up pretty recently. So 6 years ago, or 3 years ago, maybe not so much. 18 days ago. 10 days ago. Loris, I see no link. Let's cut it down to the last month and see if we get there. Awesome, drum and bass. That's a full mix. Wanna help me find it? We should be able to do that. Loris, I cannot copy that. If I click onto the thing, all it does, because you see, I'm a mod. If I click on that, all it does is say channel activity, go to channel, pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, add as moderator. You should be able to describe, like when it says filter by tag here, which of these did you use? Oh, that would be better. See, you should have told me cymatics before. See? That wasn't so hard. And you can turn it back off now because, oh, it's MP3. Oh, well, we'll survive. See, we got there. See, this is how to engage with like searching and finding out information or producing information, stuff like that. You got to be able to do the thing by knowing what words are going to help. Blossom cymatics got me there immediately. And now we got it. So this is over my speakers. Neat. Okay. Back to the beginning again. We'll do meter, and I'll tell you what else we'll do. Let's go upstairs and listen to it with the corridor check. The same one that we were doing on mine, we can do on yours, as if you were playing through this very set of speakers. But firstly, since I have not heard it, we're not actually piping it through the stream directly. You're hearing it off of my speakers as I'm hearing it. I would say this is shaping up okay, especially for modern work, right? What people usually do these days. Like, within the limitations of people just always make stuff too loud these days, you're kind of in the zone. This is not bad. Also, you're doing much better at the line than me. But then mine is pushing very hard for other things. If I did a rock track, it would be able to make it act like this better. My track was too weird to do this with it. Well, note that the line is responding to you where it was not responding to me. So I wouldn't assume that this is clipping too much. You're getting away with it. Like, my guideline for this is the red clip marks should not be intersecting with the gray RMS area. I would say you're getting away with it. Also note that it's all happening down in the bass. That's where you'd want to have loudness happen. So yeah, I mean, you could maximize it more, but ain't half bad. That ain't bad. Now, let's do something a little special. We can leave this here. It's fine. But let's switch over to... So I switched that camera off. I thought I was done. But we're not. Time to turn that camera back on because we are going to return to the zone. We're going to set the volume to what I had mine at, except for it's going to be a little louder. Let's hear how this acts in the corridor. Listen. Be right back. I'm going to set this playing and go up in here. It's not going to give me as much time to run up there because it's a final edit. Hey, here we are. You get to hear my subwoofer sets working out on your track. So I can tell one thing that's happening is the bass is kind of resonating and projecting. It is not pounding or hitting as hard. The beat is not as loud, and that's partly due to the loudness factor. The balance of the highs and halves and things seems good though. Those little samples sound a little dull from here. Not that they're supposed to be really abrasive, mind you. They sound a little murky. And the bass is kind of resonant. It's kind of going woof. I can hear how the lows are trying to swing in with like a backbeat, but one of the things about especially liquid drum and bass, your drums are all just crackety, 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 crackety. And there's not like your 4 in the floor kick or anything. So you got the tick, 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 tick. And then when the drums come in, it's like, including the kicks, are typically all very bright. And then your lows, this is not having as constant lows as I sometimes expect out of drum and bass. But it's doing that thing of like, it's just a little more staccato. If drum and bass, I'd expect to be hanging onto those subs for longer. Just me. And yeah. So there we are. Here is a listener request, and inspecting it. Hopefully that's working out. I hope I'm not getting it wrong somehow. In the corridor listen, where you've been monitoring some of my stuff as I've been working on it, and hopefully that will come in handy. And yeah, go and find your own corridor to listen to stuff in. There you have it. So unless we have other songs to monitor, which is not impossible, it might be time to shut off that camera. Also, I think I had turned on a exhaust fan up there, so you might have heard a little more low frequencies, but I bet that the bass in this track drowned it out pretty good. There we are. I'm not sure I heard that much in the way of tremolo in the bass. It wasn't a very strong tremolo. I don't think that was the most powerful tremolo I've ever heard. But I wouldn't expect it to be the strongest tremolo because it's supposed to kind of sustain. But yeah. That was neat. That was fun. Let's open up another track and start fooling with it. I've got 20 minutes or so before it's dinner time. But it might be fun to do a little getting another mix ready and seeing what we can make out of that. And again, I am going to focus on some of the ones that were less exciting for me. We are going to end up doing like Discord Welcome Home. I've got that in, as you can see, I've got a bunch of stems for that one. I'm not entirely sure what I've got. I just have a reference file of it. And some of these, like this one, is going to require a lot of fooling around, because this is the one where I had all manner of guitars and bass and live drums overdubbed onto it. And I'm going to want to reshuffle it drastically the way that I did this last one. The last one desperately needed that. This one might do with just having it be tightened up a little bit. I'm going to remind myself of some of this stuff. I want to see whether I've got it in here somewhere. Okay, these are the images I put on them. They were sort of weird, intentionally AI images. And why do I, oh no, here it is. I found it. So this is the one that I called Puddle Jumper. It needs a lot of help, but then if we were able to do the previous one that didn't even make it to a track, and it definitely doesn't need to be 6 minutes long either. Yeah, clearly I'm desperately trying to make some of these things work and failing. Weird stuff, to be sure. So that is Puddle Jumper, which seems to be largely like jamming on our roads with a bunch of other stuff happening. And there's some kind of beat happening in there, but it's mostly like spacey vibes and an electric piano with a lead on top of it. So that was Puddle Jumper. And then there was also Partly Cloudy, which is also another one where it was not good. And we'll see what we can make out of it. We're looking at the project files for either and or both. And I just want to see whether there's a recognizable riff in there somewhere. Because we can transform this stuff big time. A lot of this is originally captured to multi-track, but what you hear is being mixed through the Heritage Audio line mixer. And the reverb is actually the Bricasti. Okay, apparently we have a reggae. With the lead guitar. That said, oh, this has a bunch of different things. In particular, you know, I could use the recently released plugin Wolfbot on this. Not necessarily the guitar, but that bass. That is a electric bass, not a fake. But it is so deep in tone that it's hard to mix. And Wolfbot would fix that. Interesting. Okay, we're going to do that one. Let's see what we can make out of this one, or at least begin loading it up. How's that? It was apparently initially called Siberian Binaries. I really should be using dates for these trackings. Oh, and project load warning. Yeah, that's not there for a reason. And it was originally mixed in ConsoleLA, at which point I think I made it too bright. And hang on a second, I can tell you. Looks like all this stuff was recorded July 6, 2023. So it's about exactly a year ago. And it looks a little bit like I did not, in fact, arrange it. But I've got a series of little things stuck together, which I have then overdubbed something on top of. So, and this is another synthetic drum setup. So let's go in and start making it be new again. ConsoleX bus. The clap version of meter. Before clip only. See, here it is. Gonna need one of those. Not right now, but we are gonna need it. And let's maybe not use C-Rig bass this time. I'm not sure why I've got it set up that way. Oh, can't actually hear it. That's because we haven't got this part set up yet. Outputs for master track. That needs to be replaced with what I have available to work with, namely SWB audio capture and the optical digital out, which is actually only optical once it gets to the converter, but that's fine. And that's not at all ready to go. But you know what? It's all good. Let's use these as separate little tracks. We don't need to run it into C-Rig bass, so they could just be separate things. We're going to make all of those go away. They're not really set up to use anyway. We're going to make these channels go away. We're going to remove the colors and all that stuff. We're not actually ready to work with colors yet. And we're going to, let's see, remove this one. and center the pan on these, and then set up our channel plugin. Kind of like that. And this is actually, well, here's the thing. I wasn't actually using the control surface for any of that stuff because it just wasn't convenient. Let's not worry about that. I'm going to assume that I don't actually have a usable control surface set up right yet. But we can do this, and we can also add a couple of tracks. We'll add 2 tracks at the end of the project. Just like that. And then produce sends from them, or rather receives from them. Now there's one problem with this, which is I have to go and make all of these be, but this might be an easier way of doing it. Because it's a bigger space to click, and send to master, and I will finish it off by removing the ones I need to remove. And putting my reverbs and such in there. Which it doesn't have to be all the same ones. I could put like tape delays and things in. It is, after all, some kind of reggae thing. See you later, Robert. We'll catch up. We will most certainly catch up. So quick add, recently used, console 9 bus. Which goes first. And then we will want to add reverbs of some kind. But first, before we even do that, since it's down to quietness anyway, let's start going in and that's not what I meant to do. I did the thing wrong. I don't know what it caused. It caused something. I know that. Maybe if I undo. Oh yeah, there we go. So it put that back to wherever it was. All good. All good. He says clicking all over the screen and making weird things happen. It's all good. We'll get there in the last 10 minutes of stream. Oh, you know what I should have done? This can be quicker. If we set this up with the fader all the way down, everything can be kind of gain staged, and it can all have the same fader down thing, which is going to make it easier to start getting a balance. And then we'll be able to hear at least something as we start. So here we are. And then the thing I meant to do when I started to do that instead, by mistake, solo. Lead guitar. Okay, that's amusing. I'm not sure what that was about. That's a synth lead. I'm not quite sure what instrument it is, but it's definitely a synth lead. Very nice. Oh, and so is this. So that's actually stereo. Technically, that would mean I would want to have this be summed into a... Also, I'm a little... Actually, no, I'm not puzzled. Because this needs to be handled a different way. So... boop, boop. And add a new track after this one. And that new track gets sends from this one, but not that one. And this does not go to master. And we don't send. So now, those do nothing until we route them directly over to this other track that we are going to use instead, so that it can be stereo track rather than trying to match settings. That's how we do that. Why, I ask ya? Oh, the reason this is doing this is because it was the original bass track. That's why. So we're replicating what we had on the bass track on this track. New receive from syn lead L and syn lead R. There we are. That should work. And then we'll drag this guy over here. Solo this one instead this time. Let's see, and it's not got sends yet, but it will. We want to send for 13 and 14. There we go. And we can start them at quietness. Now we can remove or rename that. And this now becomes the actual thing, and we can drag these other things to the end of the file if we want. I think this is the summit. I think I had the summit at this time. Very pretty high end on that one. Now, what's on 5 and 6? Rick neck and Rick bridge. And tell you what, let's immediately throw in. Okay, fine, I'll scroll to the bottom. Fine, fine, fine. Immediate access to WolfBot. You can hear it buzzing already. So here's one of the things I was wondering is whether I can make this sound work better using a bass boost. Because as you can hear, when you put WolfBot in, it starts distorting. But there should be a low cutoff at which I can add a resonant bass boost and get some of that back. Let's hear what it has to offer. So as we play with the neck pickup only of the Rickenbacker, we have a very boosted tone in here, but then we can certainly boost it back into space again. So we might or might not end up using that bit. Let me put this aside for the moment, just so that I can actually finish what I was doing before the stream ends, because we are like at 5 already, so it's time for me to go. But before I go, let's label all of these things and save it. What's track 7? Time to find out. Move this out of the way. Cool, okay. Clearly, this is my electronic kick. And that's probably going to be the Asteroid Mini Synthesizer. Sounds pretty raunchy, but then that's why we have ConsoleX to mix it with. Okay, now we've got a snare. Again, sounds pretty janky, but that's because we haven't mixed it yet. Lovely. That'll become nicer. We'll get there. Clearly a hat. How about chords? Oh no. Oh my. Seasickness. So here's where we get experimental, clearly. Bits of it can play nice. That's not actually a backward track, that is a backward envelope. And then this whole middle section, it's doing a weird thing instead. Weird chords. It's meant to be chords anyway. First bits are chords. How about this one? That is a different chord. You can hear how the pitch is sort of zooming around. That's part of how this works. This is going to require heavy EQ to make that bit work, because it's a raw synthesizer input. And I came across these chords somewhere or other in this part in the middle. I'm not sure what this does. It's a slightly different sound of the chord. More chords. And lastly, what do we got here? Still more chords. So this plays the role of your sort of guitar backbeat thing going on. And then these are all going to be edited together into different things so that they can be juxtaposed differently rather than just playing this part into this part into this part. It'll be like intro section, bridge section, leaving bunches of things out and stuff. Because that's part of the talk about the Yes album, Fragile. They would have stuff like this, but they wouldn't necessarily be laying down 5 minutes of one jam, but it would be built off of 5 minutes of this, then over to this section, then back to this section for the chorus. Here's your bridge. And I'm not sure what this even does. But something's going on. And you could indeed rearrange samples into a bit of syncopation. I can slide all this around as much as I want. This is not reggae with it lining up on top of the kick, but that can be changed. We apparently have that on top of the snare. Is it always on top of the snare? I think maybe it is. But there's no snare here. But when there is a snare, I can show you something else too before I go. I can show you this. Let's zoom in really close. Observe. This was done in the actual synth. I'm having a hard time clicking on it, probably because I have this set up wrong. View, edit, track, options, snap grid. There we go. Do not show grid and do not enable snapping. There is no underlying click for this, please. Options, disable snapping. Let's save that. Observe, here is snare chord, because it lines up with the snare. But watch what it does time-wise with the other stuff. The snare is not on top of the kick. The hat's a little bit on top of the kick. The snare is definitely not, and the triggers were set to do that on purpose. You can see where the kick hits. You can see that the hat probably could use a little adjusting as well, but the backbeat has to sit behind. And that's how I normally sequence snares and stuff like this. Same deal here. Except for you can't really see it because in this case it's not on top of kick hits. But you can see it lined up against the hat. Snare and hat. Kick and hat. Snare and where the hat would be. So the snare would be lined up with that if it was being triggered perfectly on beat, but it's not. It's the same amount of delay, and the same thing goes for that guitar chord, which is a synth chord. It's not perfectly lined up, but same deal. Here is where, oh, please give me a break. It's really fighting me. Here's where, no, that's a very distorted kick. Well, I'll figure out a way to fix it. There is where the kick starts. There is where the snare starts. There is where that chord starts. It's not dialed in perfectly. There is still stuff I can do to fool with it, perhaps even before going all nonlinear with it. I don't know if it counts as wave folded. I don't think it really is. I think it's just straight up clipped. This particular kick drum thingy kind of fell naturally into the process of doing that. And there you have it. So we'll get back to that at some future time. We're not doing anything more with it today because it's the end of the stream, but hey, we just got a track made. So that's kind of fun. And I'll talk to you folks later. For now, I'm going to go off and have dinner. And bye-bye.